Hi, I'm Neil Armstrong, commander of the Apollo 11 mission.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
I'm working with the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics on the Evolution of Flight campaign. This campaign marks the 100th anniversary of flight and lays the groundwork for the next 100 years of innovation in aviation and space technology. The IAA and NASA Connect are excited to give you the opportunity to learn about the aircraft design process. You'll see a really cool experimental aircraft. You'll observe NASA engineers and researchers using math, science, and technology to solve their problems. In your classroom, you'll test and improve wing designs. In our instructional technology activity, you will become an employee of Plane Math Enterprises to design and test aircraft using a computer. So stay tuned as host Dan Giroux takes you on another exciting episode of NASA Connect.
Hi, welcome to NASA Connect, the show that connects you to math, science, technology, and NASA. I'm Dan Giroux, and today I'm at the National Air and Space Museum in Washington, D.C. Over my shoulder is the Wright Flyer. This is the first manned airplane to fly under its own power. It was built by the Wright brothers. This is the Bell X-1, the first plane to break the sound barrier. Notice how sleek its shape is. And this is the X-15. It's the first airplane to fly into space. Notice how closely shaped it is to a rocket. There are tons of planes here. Let's take a look. Now, before we continue our show, there are a few things you and your teacher need to know. First, teachers, make sure you have the lesson guide for today's program. It can be downloaded from our NASA Connect website. In it, you'll find a great math-based hands-on activity and a description of our instructional technology components. Kids, you'll want to keep your eyes on Norbert, because every time he appears with questions like this, have your cue cards from the lesson guide and your brain ready to answer the questions he gives you. Oh, and teachers, if you're watching a taped version of this program, every time you see Norbert with a remote, that's your cue to pause the videotape and discuss the cue card questions. Today's show is about the future of flight. But before we talk about the future, what is commercial flight like today? And what current technologies are being used by pilots?
Hi, I'm Connie Tobias, and I'm a pilot with U.S. Airways. This modern Airbus aircraft gives us the tools we need to navigate safely and efficiently through today's complex air traffic control system. The Airbus aircraft has an array of computer screens that give the pilot information about performance, navigation, weather, and the location of other aircraft in our airspace. About 10 years from now, over 3 million people will be flying every day. That's about 1 million more than today. Updated computer technology and faster aircraft will be needed to deal with this increase and to reduce the travel time between destinations.
Thanks, Connie. Now that we know what pilots have to keep in their minds with today's aircraft, let's consider the future of flight. Have you ever wondered what the airplanes of tomorrow will look like, or how fast they will travel? Will tomorrow's planes travel into space or beyond? On today's show, we're going to learn how NASA researchers and engineers are using geometry and algebra to design, develop, and test future experimental airplanes.
What is an experimental plane?
Experimental planes, or X-planes, are tools of exploration that come in many shapes and sizes. They fly with jet engines, rocket engines, or with no engines at all. Which means NASA flies not only the fastest airplanes, but the slowest as well. Some planes are too small for a pilot, and some are as large as an airliner. The research conducted on experimental aircraft today gives us a glimpse into the future. NASA's developing one of the fastest experimental X-planes ever. It's called the HyperX.
What is the HyperX?
The HyperX research vehicle is an experimental plane that uses this really cool engine technology called the scramjet.
Go for main engine.
Unlike rockets, such as the space shuttle main engines, which must carry both fuel and oxygen, the scramjet will only carry hydrogen fuel. It will take in oxygen out of the thin upper atmosphere as it travels along. We call this kind of engine an air breather, and it will allow the HyperX to fly at incredible speeds. In fact, the HyperX will fly at about 3,020 meters per second, which is about 6,750 miles per hour, or Mach 10.
What does Mach number mean?
Mach number represents how many times the speed of sound a vehicle is traveling. For example, Mach 1 equals the speed of sound, which is approximately 302 meters per second, or 675 miles per hour, at an altitude of 100,000 feet, which is the test altitude for the HyperX. Mach 2, which is twice the speed of sound, would approximately be 604 meters per second, or 1,350 miles per hour, at an altitude of 100,000 feet. Mach number are used by NASA researchers to describe the speed at which a plane is flying. Let's use algebra to show how to calculate the Mach number of the HyperX, flying at 3,020 meters per second, or 6,750 miles per hour. This algebraic equation shows that the Mach number equals the speed of the plane divided by the speed of the sound in the air, where m is the Mach number. V is equal to the speed of the plane, and a is equal to the speed of sound in the air. If the speed of the plane is 3,020 meters per second, and the speed of sound at 100,000 feet is 302 meters per second, then what is the Mach number? That's right. 3,020 meters per second is about Mach 10, or 10 times the speed of sound. We'll learn more about Mach numbers later in the show. But first, let me tell you about the HyperX. The HyperX is designed as a flying engine, which means the airplane and the engine are one unit. The unique shape of the airplane develops the lift necessary to keep the plane up in the air, so it doesn't need wings to produce lift. The entire undersurface of the airplane is designed to act as part of the engine. In order to test the scramjet engine, the HyperX is launched by NASA's B-52 and boosted by a rocket to its testing altitude. It will then separate from the rocket, and the scramjet engine begin its test flight. So, have you ever wondered what goes into designing an experimental plane, such as the HyperX? I know I have. I'm here at NASA Langley Research Center in Hampton, Virginia, to talk to Dr. Scott Hum.
What are the steps in designing an aircraft?
How does the mission requirements of an aircraft determine its shape?
Why are wind tunnels important in testing aircraft designs? Why?
Hi, Dan.
Hey.
HyperX is definitely a very exciting program. In my job, I use wind tunnels to determine the flying characteristics of a variety of different vehicles that fly many times faster than the speed of sound, like the HyperX. Here, the exciting part of the HyperX program is that it's truly pioneering. That means no one's ever done it before, so we have to blaze the trail.
NASA sure has blazed many trails. How do they do it?
The first thing you have to do when blazing a trail is to determine a mission, or where you want to go. We develop a set of requirements for the vehicle, and then we begin a process of designing a vehicle to meet that mission. Have you ever been to an air show to see a bunch of different airplanes?
Yeah, some planes are short, some are long and slender, some fly slow, and some fly fast.
You're right. They look and perform differently because they were designed to satisfy different missions. For the HyperX program, our mission is to have it fly very fast. We also want to be able to control it, and we want it to be able to propel itself. You see, NASA has many years of experience testing fundamental shapes to understand and document how those shapes, we call them geometries, respond to the airflow at various speeds. Let me show you. The Apollo capsules used to bring the astronauts back to Earth after their trips to the moon were designed as blunt bodies. This is because this particular shape has high drag, a force that slows an object down.
The blunt body creates the drag needed to deploy the drogue parachute. followed by the main parachutes. The force of drag then gently lowers the vehicle safely to the earth.
NASA had to design a vehicle that would slow down to speeds where it was safe to deploy the parachute for landing in the ocean.
Okay, I get it. But what about other shapes?
Well, we know that slender shapes, like the Concorde, have less drag. A vehicle that has to propel itself, like the Concorde or the HyperX, has to have an engine with enough power to overcome the vehicle's drag. So if you were designing the HyperX to propel itself and fly really fast, would you want a blunt body or a slender body?
I'd want a slender body.
That's right. The HyperX is designed as a slender body because it has less drag for the engine to overcome. You're well on your way to becoming a conceptual designer, Dan.
I am? Sweet. So, once you've decided on a mission, what's next?
Detailed design. A conceptual designer makes decisions like the one you just made to find a geometry that will meet the mission requirements. The detailed designer uses tools such as CAD or computer-aided drafting to turn ideas into drawings. These drawings help us work out the details of how to design parts of the HyperX, like the engines, the control surfaces, the fuel tanks, and so forth. Once we have an initial design, we begin a process to improve it. We compare the design of the HyperX to other vehicles with similar characteristics. We may need to make changes to the geometry to improve the performance.
How do you know if you need to change the shape?
One way is conducting wind tunnel tests. You see, during the design and computer modeling stages, we extensively used our wind tunnels to quickly screen our HyperX designs. And then, the wind tunnel tests helped us to determine the best design and to understand how the vehicle will fly.
Okay, so what is a wind tunnel?
Wind tunnels are devices that allow us to move air over a scale model of a flight vehicle, like the HyperX. We use models instead of the real vehicle because they're smaller, less expensive, and easier to change if needed. This is NASA Langley's 31-inch Mach 10 wind tunnel. This tunnel can get the air moving up 10 times the speed of sound. Once we place the model of the HyperX in the wind tunnel, we make measurements to determine how the air interacts with the model. At the nose of the vehicle, the flow near the surface is very smooth. We call it laminar. But as the air moves down the length of the body, it changes and becomes turbulent. You can see this natural process by looking at the smoke after you blow out a candle. After you've blown out a candle, you'll notice that the smoke near the candle rises smoothly. That's laminar flow. But farther away from the candle, you'll notice it becomes rough and irregular. That's turbulent flow. Normally, we think of laminar flow when designing aerodynamic shapes. We want the air to flow smoothly around them. However, for the HyperX geometry, we require turbulent flow.
Why would you want turbulent flow on the HyperX?
In order for the scramjet engine to work properly. You see, turbulent airflow enhances the mixing of the air with the hydrogen fuel for better engine performance. Turbulent airflow is created by a device called a trip located underneath the belly of the HyperX. Using the wind tunnel, we tested several trips with different shapes or geometries to see which one worked best to change the airflow from laminar to turbulent. Our wind tunnel test determined that this triangular-shaped trip was the best design for creating turbulent flow for the scramjet engine on this vehicle.
How do you test the scramjet engine?
We have specialized wind tunnels capable of testing scramjets, but the ultimate proof of the HyperX is flight testing. That's the last phase in designing an aircraft. NASA conducts all of its flight tests on aircraft at the NASA Dryden Flight Research Center in Edwards, California.
Thanks, Scott. We'll visit NASA Dryden Flight Research Center later in the show. But first, join me in Dan's domain, where we'll use technology to prepare for today's math-based, hands-on activity. Welcome to my domain. In just a minute, we'll get to the hands-on activity, which will require that you use different shapes in designing airplanes. Before we do, let's take a look at Riverdeep Interactive Learning's Destination Math tutorial. It's available free to NASA Connect educators. You can get to it from the NASA Connect website. It's part of the Mastering Skills and Concepts 3 section of Destination Math. With this lesson, you'll explore the geometric and algebraic characteristics of basic shapes. Teachers, this is an excellent tutorial that can give your students information and assistance as they prepare to do the hands-on activity for the show. In this tutorial, Digit explores parallelograms, trapezoids, and right triangles while examining the flags of some of the countries in the United Nations. Many thanks to Riverdeep for providing NASA Connect with this exciting instructional technology enhancement to our show. Now, let's do an aircraft design activity which you can do in your classroom.
We're from Pulaski Middle School.
Here in Newbury, Connecticut.
NASA Connect has asked us to show you this show's hands-on activity.
Here are
are the main objectives. You'll use algebra to calculate wing area and aspect ratio. You'll use a portable glider catapult to analyze wing geometry. You'll design, construct, and test an experimental wing. And you'll work in teams to solve problems related to wing design. The list of materials you'll need for this activity can be downloaded from the NASA Connect website. The class will be divided into groups of 4. Each group will use a portable glider catapult, or PGC, which your teacher made previous to this activity.
Good morning, boys and girls. This morning, NASA has designated this class as Aeronautical Engineers in Training. Your job is to test current wing designs based on distance traveled, glide, and speed observations. From your analysis of the data that you collect, you will have the task of designing and testing an experimental wing to achieve maximum distance traveled.
First, cut out the templates for the fuselage, wings, and horizontal stabilizers. Place the templates on the meat trays and trace around the templates. Cut out the shapes. Tape a piece of masking tape to the nose of the fuselage to prevent the nose of the fuselage from breaking. Students will calculate the wing area, the wing span, the root chord, the tip chord, and the average chord for each wing. The average chord can be calculated using this formula. Next, have students calculate the aspect ratio for each wing using the formula wingspan divided by average chord. Record all values onto the data chart. Prep the launch area by measuring 12 meters from the PGC. Mark the distance at 1 meter intervals. Place tables or desks of equal height to the launching line to elevate the portable glider catapult. Place a book with a height of approximately 5 centimeters under the front portion of the PGC. Select a wing shape to test. You will be testing 4 different shapes: delta, oblique, straight, and swept back. Attach a small binder clip to the aircraft to give it some weight in order to achieve maximum distance traveled. Position the aircraft on the PGC. Using a rubber band, pull the aircraft to the launch position, then announce,
Clear the flight deck for aircraft catapult.
7 November, go.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, launch.
You will conduct 5 trials for each wing shape. Measure the distance traveled in centimeters and record the value onto the data chart. Record your observations on glide and speed ratings using the scales provided from the lesson guide. From the data collected, each group will design and construct their own experimental wing. Design your wing to fly farther than the original test wings.
Okay, now, how successful or unsuccessful was your experimental design? What were the factors? Rusamy.
Mine had a lower aspect ratio.
Acorn.
Mine had a better swept back wing.
Special thanks to the AIAA Connecticut section and the AIAA mentors who helped us with this activity.
Thanks. We had a great experience today. And we encourage teachers to visit our website to learn more about the AIAA mentorship program in your area.
Okay, we've learned how geometry is important in designing an experimental aircraft. We've also learned some steps in the aircraft design process. But there's still one more step to go. Scott mentioned earlier that the last stage in designing an aircraft is flight testing. Well, the lead center for flight testing is NASA Dryden Flight Research Center in Edwards, California. Let's take a look and see what they're doing with the HyperX.
How will the HyperX reach its test altitude?
How do the HyperX engineers collect their research information?
Why is algebra important in HyperX research?
Hi, I'm Lori Marshall. I'm a research engineer in the aerodynamics branch here at NASA's Dryden Flight Research Center. I'm one of the engineers responsible for getting the HyperX ready for flight. In order to do this, we perform tests on the vehicle to ensure that the instrumentation system will measure the necessary data.
We make sure that the control room is set up properly to record this data during flight. We also perform inspections of the HyperX during assembly and testing to ensure that the systems are operational and that no damage has occurred. You see, the HyperX is a thermal protection system, similar to the space shuttle. The exterior is covered with special tiles that allow it to withstand the high temperatures of high-speed flight. If any of the tiles were damaged, not only would the vehicle's structure be compromised, but the aerodynamic shape that we've tested during the design process could also be altered.
and this could affect the flight.
How do they flight test the HyperX at such high speeds?
Great question. The HyperX is a very small vehicle, about the size of 2 kayaks side by side. As Scott told you earlier, it will fly at about Mach 10. Now, because of its size, we only have enough fuel for use at the test conditions or when the HyperX reaches Mach 10.
How do you get HyperX to reach Mach 10?
The HyperX is attached to the nose of a rocket. The rocket is mounted under the wing of a B-52 jet. Let me explain what happens. The B-52 takes the HyperX, which is attached to the rocket, up to a preset altitude and speed, and releases it. Then, the rocket ignites and flies to an altitude of approximately 100,000 feet, traveling to the test conditions. Next, the HyperX separates from the rocket and the scramjet engine ignites. This is when the flight test begins. The HyperX generates over 600 measurements that are sent to the control room during the flight. These measurements allow the research engineers to determine the success of the flight. Each engineer can access their data on specially designed displays, which are also recorded for post-flight analysis.
How do they analyze all these data?
Well, we use several different methods, but algebra is the foundation for all of these. We use algebra throughout the design, flight testing, and post-flight analysis phases of the experiment. The Vehicle Stability and Control System is a good example of how algebra is used during flight testing. For example, take a seesaw. A seesaw consists of a board and a pivot point, or fulcrum. Suppose we have Norbert on one side of the seesaw and Zot on the other side. Here, the seesaw is not balanced.
How do you balance the seesaw?
Well, to balance the seesaw, the product of the weight and the horizontal distance on the left side of the pivot point must equal the product of the weight and the horizontal distance on the right side of the pivot point. By moving Norbert on the left side of the pivot point closer in, you can see the seesaw becomes balanced. In mathematical terms, the weight of Norbert times his horizontal distance to the pivot point is equal to the weight of Zot times his horizontal distance to the pivot point. Now, in the case of the HyperX, the flight computer controls the wings and the tails to keep the vehicle flying and stable throughout the experiment. If not for these calculations, we wouldn't be able to fly and get the necessary data.
How do you flight test the HyperX?
As a matter of fact, we did. Unfortunately, like many experiments, this one didn't go as planned, and the HyperX never made it to the test conditions. Sometimes, when performing experiments, unforeseen events can occur. However, we were able to receive data from the HyperX before the test was terminated. We will use this data to successfully flight test the HyperX again and achieve our mission of testing scramjet technology.
Wow, if the HyperX program is so successful, how will it affect the future of flight?
Well, let's see. Recently, I flew from NASA Langley in Virginia to NASA Dryden here in California. It took about 5 hours. If commercial aircraft were using the same technology used on the HyperX, my flight time would have been reduced to 30 minutes. If you ever plan to go into space, the same technology would allow for larger cargo capacity, so space travel would cost less. This technology would also allow for reusable vehicles at a much lower cost. This means we could see more launches and more exploration of space.
Thanks, Lori. For the next couple of minutes, we're going to take a look at a website that will reinforce this show's hands-on activity you just saw. It's called Plain Math, and it's produced by InfoUse in cooperation with NASA. We're going to the Museum of Flight in Seattle, Washington, where students from TT Minor Elementary School will help us show you what the Plain Math website looks like. From Dan's domain on the NASA Connect website, go to plainmath.com. Click on Activities for Students, then choose Plain Math Enterprises. You'll need to visit each of the 8 training departments. Each section gives important information about aeronautical principles and terminology. There are a number of geometry and algebra-related math concepts, and you'll also find plenty of interactive activities that help you understand the concepts presented in the website. The experts will guide you through training as you prepare to design an airplane based on certain requirements. When your training's complete, enter the design department, where you meet your client before beginning the design process. Then you'll design the size of your fuselage and wings. The building department will make a prototype, which you'll test in a wind tunnel. Based on these results, you'll choose an engine for your plane. There will be a flight test to see if your plane can take off and reach its cruising speed. If it succeeds in taking off, you'll get results on how your plane flies under different conditions. Based on your results, you can either make adjustments to your plane and retest it, or present your design to your customers. Well, that's plain math. Special thanks to the Museum of Flight and our AIAA student mentors from the University of Washington. Teachers, if you would like a student mentor to help you in your classroom, find out more on the NASA Connect website. Well, that wraps up another episode of NASA Connect. We'd like to thank everyone who helped make this program possible. Got a comment, question, or suggestion? Email them to connect@larc.nasa.gov. Or pick up a pen and mail them to NASA Connect, NASA Center for Distance Learning, NASA Langley Research Center, Millstop 400, Hampton, Virginia 23681. Teachers, if you would like a videotape of this program and the accompanying lesson guide, check out the NASA Connect website. From our site, you can link to the NASA Educator Resource Center Network. These centers provide educators free access to NASA products like NASA Connect. Or from our site, you can link to CORE, the NASA Central Operation of Resources for Educators. For information about other NASA instructional resources, visit NASA Quest at quest.nasa.gov. So, until next time, stay connected to math, science, technology, and NASA. See you then.
We want the air to flow smoothly around them. However, for the HyperX geometry, we required turbulent flow. I screwed that up.
Let's try that one more time.
And now you have to work, huh?
Here are the main objections. Oh, I said that wrong. And the objection is objectives.
Today, I'm one of the guys. I was that close. I was that close, and I stumbled.
So, have you ever wondered what goes into designing an experimental X? No.
Well, let's see. Too early?
It's the first airplane to fly into space. Notice how closely it's shaped to a rocket. There are tons of planes here.
Wow! Oh, no.
Traveled, glide, and speed observations. You will, oh, I'm sorry. That's what I do when I'm nervous.
My belly itches. My stomach itches.
We're out of here. I have donuts.
process often begins with a few raindrops, nature's way of replenishing the earth with one of its most valuable resources. We pray for it, we curse it, but we know we can't live without it. Here in Tennessee, some of us depend on it to make a living, tilling soil beside the rivers that sustain life and invigorate entire communities. Others find comfort in the joy it brings as worries are cast aside in favor of casting into a favorite fishing hole. Most of us take clean water for granted. Perhaps that's because Tennessee is one of the richest areas in the nation in high-quality water resources, ecological diversity, and natural beauty. We have clean, fresh water for drinking, for industry, and for recreation. But increasing demand by a growing population makes our responsibility to protect these resources greater than ever. This is especially true with today's ever-expanding construction on previously undeveloped land. As the earth is moved, proper steps are required to protect against the effects caused by the natural process of rainfall. Without taking those precautions, erosion and sedimentation begin. Processes that look small, but over time rob us of our valuable land, leaving scars that are expensive to heal, clogging streams, rivers, and wetlands, and choking the wildlife they support. Before we go any further, let's define erosion and sedimentation. Erosion is the process by which soil is removed from the land surface by running water, wind, or ice. In Tennessee, erosion is primarily caused by stormwater runoff. Sedimentation is the redepositing of eroded soil. Again, stormwater is the main culprit. While a certain amount of erosion and sedimentation is natural and necessary to support life in our streams and lakes, too often the amounts are out of balance. For example, the Hatchie River in West Tennessee is so clogged from erosion that some of its twists and turns have actually been cut off by increasing amounts of sediment piled up over time, creating what is known as oxbow lakes, separate bodies of water that are replenished when the river floods. When the Hatchie and other bodies of water run muddy, vegetation for aquatic life is smothered and habitats are destroyed. This is especially critical in Tennessee, where we find endangered fish and mussels that make their homes in stream bottoms and depend on clear water for life. In fact, 61 aquatic species found in Tennessee are threatened if today's pollution levels continue. The loss of even one species would have an impact on our ecosystem. Just as surprising, almost 4,000 miles of streams and rivers and 3,000 acres of lakes in Tennessee are listed as impacted due to sedimentation. This is not a problem for the future. It is here today. When it rains on vegetated areas, a large portion of the water is either absorbed or eventually evaporated. Some of the water from rainfall soaks into the ground, where it's taken up by plant roots or collected as groundwater. The vegetation slows the travel of water so that it can soak in. The portion that runs off as stormwater is slowed so much that very little erosion occurs. On a construction site, different forces are set into motion that can create serious problems. When rain falls, it dislodges soil in very small amounts. The movement of these particles, caused by the impact of rain on the ground, is called splash erosion. Its effects are deceiving until you discover that 1 inch of rain falling on 1 acre has a total weight of about 108 tons. In Tennessee, 50 inches of rain will bring to bear about 5,400 tons of water weight per acre each year. The soil particles dislodged by the splash erosion become part of a layer of soil that is removed by overland sheet flow, or sheet erosion. From sheet flow, water quickly concentrates into streams, forming rivulets. These rivulets carve small grooves into the land. Rivulets collect into larger streams, carving even larger channels called rills. Ranging in depth and width up to a foot, rills tend to recur after heavy rain and can result in tremendous loss of soil. If not corrected, the rills soon become larger, deeper grooves called gullies. The stormwater moves into streams, then into small rivers, and finally into big rivers, depositing sediment as it slows down. In the 1990s, Tennessee ranked 7th in the nation in change in land development, a reflection of the growth needed to accommodate the lifestyles we expect. Each year, over 122,000 acres of land are stripped of vegetation for the development of homes, businesses, and other structures, making our state a leader in that category.
Because of that growth rate, Tennessee has one of the highest rates of soil erosion in the entire country. Bare soil, if left unprotected here, can lose up to 200 tons per acre each year. That's roughly equivalent to 8 tandem dump truck loads of soil per acre per year. If soil erosion practices are not put into place here in Tennessee, the state stands to lose over 24 million tons of soil to development alone. That's a problem for the environment. It's also a problem for those who make a living from development and construction, because often that soil has to be replaced.
Yet, with proper erosion and sediment control practices in place, we can reduce soil losses to naturally occurring levels, ensuring clean water. Reelfoot Lake in West Tennessee is one of the greatest hunting and fishing preserves in the nation. With over 25,000 acres of lake and wetlands, the wildlife here is diverse and abundant, as is the tree and plant life. Just a few years ago, nearby land use practices accelerated the rate of erosion into the lake. Fortunately, land users joined with federal, state, and local officials to stop the excessive erosion and sedimentation, helping to maintain a true biological wonder. Whether we're talking about construction projects or riverbank erosion, a permanent vegetative cover for the soil is often the best solution.
Here at Shelby Bottoms, near downtown Nashville, erosion was a chronic problem along this 1-mile stretch of the Cumberland River. Because of a constant undercut caused by current erosion, 5 acres of land and over 3,000 trees had been lost, with more to follow unless changes were made.
This area had been decimated, so it was raw land. The trees had fallen, erosion had taken all the grass away.
Gary Moody and his construction company worked with the Corps of Engineers to take riverbank soil exposed to the elements and created a vegetated multi-level retaining wall system.
We dissected the slope, depending on the length of it, into 2 and 3 and 4 areas, and trenched those areas and planted vegetation that's deeply rooted and that colonizes an area and is capable of reproducing itself, and then kept it watered that first important year.
To guard against the active erosion caused by the river current and tow, as well as waves from commercial and recreational boat traffic, a biodiversified plant structure was created. It would act as permanent erosion protection, a living erosion control structure.
It's habitat. It's riparian habitat at its thickest and best, and it can sustain a lot of life through this area.
To Gary Moody, such erosion protection should be the norm, not the exception.
In today's world, with the products and the tools that we have, there is no reason whatsoever to contaminate any creek or river today from construction activities and that type of thing.
Here's another innovative way of handling soil erosion. This is a wetland full of aquatic life. Now, you might think we're near some picturesque river or in some other beautiful area of the state of Tennessee, but we're actually at a landfill, the Williamson County landfill.
There's a lot of elevation on this hill.
Where Operations Manager Louis Bumpus is known as much for his innovative conservation methods as his landfill management.
But we're using erosion techniques that are the latest of state of art.
The evidence is scattered across the landfill's 400 acres, from constructed wetlands to retention ponds, flex-mat gabions, dirt-face gabions, super strong silt fencing, the use of mulch as water diversion berms, and a self-styled aqueduct for water runoff. The landfill also makes use of the more common techniques like check dams, geotextiles, riprap, coir rolls, and of course, vegetative cover. As a result, Arkansas Creek, which runs through the landfill, contains over 50 different kinds of invertebrates and 26 species of fish. Bumpus says it's all a part of working with Mother Nature.
If you'll do anything to enhance nature, she'll take it over, she'll heal it just like it.
Here's an example of how Bumpus decided to handle water runoff from about 30 acres of the landfill. Stormwater flow down a hillside is slowed by thick vegetation. Near the bottom, it meets coir rolls and a permanent type of check dam made from a flex-mac gabion. This helps control the water's velocity. Silt is caught while the water moves slowly through the gabion. From there, the water flows into a retention pond, which will be stocked with fish one day, and then, well, we should let Bumpus take it from here.
But see, the water basically comes down this spillway here. It goes into a stilling basin. It goes off the waterfall, hits a splatter block, into another stilling basin, over a waterfall, another splatter block, another stilling basin, up over to the waterfall and out to the Reno mattress and spreads the water out. And by the time it goes through these 3 stilling basins, the water comes out as just, it has no velocity whatsoever.
And water with no force carries no silt and has no erosion capabilities. At another part of the landfill, tractors provide dirt cover for an area that will soon catch stormwater runoff while providing a bit of recreation.
And this is where we'll start building the golf course. And this will take all the stormwater through this pipe and truck it down there.
Yes, a golf course over the landfill. Another project just beginning is a 4-stage wetland.
Look here, the nut bush already coming up there. Nut bush, cattails and all take and clean up stormwater. So you're enhancing the creeks.
With all his creative erosion control ideas, it's no wonder Louis Bumpus is considered an award-winning conservationist. Working with what nature provides through the creative implementation of storm water controls, he makes sure that whatever water runs from or through the landfill carries no silt once it leaves the property. The next time you see neglected erosion control devices, such as silt fences or straw bales, remember the tremendous impact erosion and sedimentation have on our environment. With over 100,000 acres of new land being developed every year in Tennessee, we're in danger of losing up to 200 tons of soil per acre each year if proper erosion controls are not used. The soil from a construction site that washes out into the street during a heavy rain doesn't stay there. It flows into a creek, and the creek into rivers, literally changing their courses at times, killing vegetation and aquatic life. But with the use of effective erosion control methods and the creative use of what nature has provided, erosion and its harmful effects can almost be eliminated so that we can preserve the soil that we have and put it to good use as well. The process begins with tiny raindrops, but it also begins with you.
Water. All of us need water to survive. It's a precious resource, and there isn't nearly as much fresh, clean water as you might think. While water covers 71% of the Earth's surface, only 3% of that is fresh water. And of that 3%, 2/3 is locked up in the polar ice caps. That leaves just 1% of the planet's water readily available for us to use. We haven't run out because water changes states and goes through the water cycle over and over again, replenishing our fresh water. For example, a lake's surface water gets heated by the sun. It evaporates, turning from liquid into gas, then collects as water vapor in clouds, condensing to water. Then it precipitates as rain. This may infiltrate the soil or run off and continues the water cycle. The water we use today is the same water the Egyptians used thousands of years ago, which is the same water dinosaurs drank millions of years ago. However, while we have learned to detain fresh water and to clean wastewater after we use it, there is a problem. Our limited freshwater supplies are becoming more and more polluted and more difficult to clean. Our drinking water supplies are threatened by many harmful contaminants like nitrogen and phosphorus, which can create algae blooms that are dangerous for aquatic ecosystems, and bacteria like E. coli, which can cause serious illness. But where is this pollution coming from? A lot of people think water pollution mainly comes from big industries dumping chemicals and waste into the water. This is called point source pollution because the source can be tracked back to a specific point or event. But today that simply is not true. Government regulations and improved business practices have greatly reduced commercial businesses' impact on our water. Today, the greatest threat to water quality is called non-point source pollution. This means that the source of pollution is spread out and can't be tracked back to a specific incident or location. So, who is really the greatest threat to our precious water supply? It's people like you and me, and as our numbers grow, so does the impact of our small actions. Every time someone litters, washes their car in the driveway, spills a little gas or oil and doesn't clean it up, sweeps or blows grass clippings into the street, or doesn't pick up after their dog, they're polluting our waters. All of these actions, while seemingly small on their own, have a huge cumulative effect that can cause our waters to become polluted, and in some cases, even unable to sustain life. You may be thinking, how can sweeping or blowing grass clippings in the street, littering, using a little too much fertilizer, or not picking up after my dog cause water pollution? When it rains, those grass clippings can wash into storm drains and end up in your local lake or stream, where they feed harmful bacteria, and as the clippings rot, they use up the oxygen that fish need to live, causing fish kills. As for littering, litter doesn't just look ugly, it can harbor bacteria and reduce oxygen levels too. Pesticides and fertilizers that migrate into our nearby water bodies can also kill or damage a wide variety of organisms. Dog waste can harbor bacteria like Salmonella and E. coli. If we don't pick it up, it can pose a disease risk to children, adults, and other pets. And it's not just your dog. There are approximately 1.5 million dogs in north central Texas, producing over 1 million pounds of waste each day. It's not just one main source of water pollution, but lots of little sources or actions contributing to the problem. But still, you might think, doesn't all the water get treated? Well, the wastewater from your home that goes down the sink, shower, and toilet, that goes to a wastewater treatment facility to be cleaned before it's released into our surface waters like creeks, rivers, and lakes. But storm drains are a completely different system. When it rains, stormwater runoff, or rainwater moving across the ground, picks up pollutants like litter, oil, or dog waste and carries them right down the storm drain. Storm drains carry water from our streets and parking lots directly to the nearest creek or lake without any treatment or filtration. That creek or river feeds our reservoirs, and that's where your drinking water comes from. So that cigarette butt, that fast food wrapper, that water bottle, your dog's mess, they go right into our water supply. Think about that the next time you turn on the tap. Your water provider needs to work extra hard to remove those pollutants from a contaminated water source. And what about the rivers and lakes that we swim, fish, and sail in, that wildlife live and feed in? Those still suffer from the effects of water pollution. But there's good news. With a few simple actions, you can help make a big difference. Here's what you can do. Don't litter. Put your trash in the trash can or recycle it. And pick up after your dog, even in your own yard. Dog waste isn't fertilizer. It can actually damage your grass and contains harmful bacteria. You can put it in the trash, bury it, or flush it. And if you're going to wash a car, use a commercial car wash that recycles its water. Or wash the car in the grass so the soap, dirt, and grease don't go down the storm drain. Your lawn will naturally filter the water, and you're watering the grass at the same time. Speaking of grass, when you're mowing the lawn, sweep or blow the grass clippings back into the grass and limit the use of fertilizer and pesticides. Remember, it's up to all of us to do our part to make the world a better place. After all, it all comes back to you in the end.
It's civilization versus nature's fury. Raging blizzards bury cities under thousands of tons of snow. Howling hurricanes tear apart coastal communities with wind and rain. And flash floods wipe entire towns off the face of the earth. As the skies clear, people begin to pick up the pieces. But after the storm, insidious damage is still being done. Our most vital natural resource is under assault, our nation's waters.
We're at the Chattahoochee Nature Center, and we're trying to find out what a watershed is. First victim. I need you to tell me what a watershed is. Do you have any idea?
Watershed?
A watershed? Where people go to the bathroom?
Sweating, I guess.
Something to do with sweating?
Uh-huh.
Like after you run, when
You perspire, yeah.
and then you shed it?
Uh-huh.
We wanted to ask you if you knew what a watershed was.
A watershed?
Yeah.
Is it kind of like the rain?
Do you know what a watershed is?
A shed that holds water.
Come here for a second. I want to ask you something. Do you know what a watershed is?
No. No.
Do you have any idea? What do you think it has something to do with?
I don't know.
What a watershed is?
Yeah.
That's just a drain pool, I guess you'd say, or the drain area. That's where the rainwater drains into the river.
Correct. That's a great answer.
A watershed is that area of land that drains to a body of water, be that if it's a river, a stream, the ocean, an estuary, a bay. Wherever you live drains to some water body, and you live in a watershed. So everyone lives in a watershed.
And in this modern industrial age, our water sources are becoming more contaminated with each passing year.
The biggest water quality problem that we have in the nation today is polluted runoff.
All water east of the Continental Divide drains to the Atlantic, while water west of the divide flows to the Pacific. And one drop of rain can cross many different watersheds along the way. As runoff flows into rivers, streams, and storm drains, the water picks up trash, dirt, bacteria, toxic chemicals, and fertilizers, creating a soup of pollutants that is extremely hazardous to the environment. And the consequences of polluted runoff exist worldwide.
The UN estimate is that there's about 1 billion people on the planet right now who don't have adequate access to fresh water.
97% of all water on Earth is salty ocean water. Of the remaining 3% that's fresh, over 2/3 is frozen in glaciers and polar ice. That leaves less than 1% of all the planet's water for our use.
I predict in the future that some of the U.S. water needs are going to come through pipeline because we have just overused our supply.
To address the complex threats facing U.S. water resources, the Environmental Protection Agency recommends adopting a watershed approach.
We're trying to reconnect some of the river.
It's a method that looks at each watershed for its own unique set of environmental challenges and solutions.
In many cases, people mistakenly identify large discharge pipes in the water as the problem. But that may not be the problem. It may be coming from agricultural runoff. It may be coming from stormwater runoff over parking lots and impervious surfaces. Every watershed is different, and you need to look at each watershed in its own terms and then think systematically about how you remediate, how you clean up that watershed.
In California, the Santa Monica Bay watershed drains a dangerous amount of polluted runoff after each storm.
When it rains, literally the whole residue of urban living ends up getting washed into the storm drain system and ends up going straight into the bay on Santa Monica Bay's beaches with no treatment whatsoever.
It's actually like a giant toilet flushing because
All of the pollution, the dog mess has been building up and building up and building up. When it rains, it just flushes into the storm drain and goes directly into the surf.
In 1996, the Santa Monica Bay Restoration Commission proved there was a link between the contaminated runoff in the Santa Monica Bay and reports of illness afflicting people who swim there.
What we did find was at the outlets of storm drains, no matter where they were up and down the bay, if there was a flow of runoff into the surf zone, those people that were swimming in those areas definitely experienced higher incidences of illnesses.
The pollutants in the water affect surfers because we're actually the indicator species with all the pollutants. When we are in the waters, we're ingesting it through our skin and our mouth. Even if people don't take a swallow of water, it's still getting into our systems, our ears, any orifice in your body. And it causes infections, it can cause colds, sore throats at the very least.
I wouldn't want to swim in water that's got those diseases in there, just floating around, making more diseases.
I've seen it pretty much as bad as it can be. I've seen crap floating out in the water, literally.
Generically, we call it fecal coliform. More specifically, you might know of it as E. coli, salmonella, or enterococcus. Whatever's in poop.
There's times when it tastes funky, for sure.
Every day, the city and county of Los Angeles perform a battery of tests to keep the public informed about water quality in the Santa Monica Bay. Cesar Arzadan begins the monitoring process each morning by taking a series of coastline water samples. Then it's back to the lab for analysis.
Most of the bacteria that you're going to see, it comes from feces. And when you put it under the UV light, you're going to see a different kind of color. It's a fluorescent sign that there is a bacteria, and that one is called E. coli. That one definitely is feces from animals, or it could be humans also.
The results are reported to the health department, and beach warnings are posted as necessary.
The number of beach postings has decreased, and 85% of the beaches that have been monitored in California have received either A or B grades. And that's significantly different than 4 years ago.
But while progress is being made in California, the harmful effects of polluted runoff are a growing concern everywhere. So what can the average person do to help reduce pollution in our watersheds?
How you apply pesticides or not in your garden, how you wash your cars, making sure that you don't throw cigarette butts out onto the street.
Do not dump things on the ground, especially oils or any chemical pollutants. Pick up after your dogs. A lot of people don't realize how important that is. And just be a conscientious citizen and don't leave anything on the ground.
I think one person can make a difference and needs to make the difference. If not you, who?
Coming up.
We're heading for what's known as an ecosystem collapse.
Can the Gulf of Mexico be saved from polluted runoff? It was a flood of apocalyptic scale. 26,000 square miles of the lower Mississippi Valley inundated by water. More than 200 lives lost, and 600,000 people displaced from their homes. The flood of 1927 was the most disastrous in U.S. history, and its effects are still felt today. After the flood of 27, massive levees were put in place. And while they helped protect the lower Mississippi River basin from flooding, the levees and other human activities would ultimately harm the watershed in unforeseen ways. The Gulf state of Louisiana is the terminus of the Mississippi River, the mighty watershed that drains 41% of the area of the lower 48 states into the Gulf of Mexico.
We receive water from as far away as Montana, Michigan, to Pennsylvania, Ohio, Iowa. All those waters drain right past this area right here.
But by the time all that water enters the Gulf, it has accumulated enough contaminants from polluted runoff to create an enormous hypoxic zone, an area of water lacking in vital oxygen.
The size of the low oxygen zone in the Gulf of Mexico is about 9,000 square miles. That's equal to the size of the state of New Jersey.
The shortage of oxygen is killing fish and other sea life and could potentially have a devastating effect on the regional economy.
We are the largest navigation port in the United States. We are the second largest in the world. We have the largest fishery in this country.
When we was crabbing, a lot of times all our crabs we dead and we can't even sell them.
The reason hypoxia should be of concern to most citizens in this nation is because it's a sign. It's a sign of the degradation of our water resources.
We're heading for what's known as an ecosystem collapse.
If you're going to have an ecological disaster caused by the offshore hypoxic areas, then that absolutely translates into an economic disaster.
So what exactly is causing this dead zone in the Gulf? Hypoxia develops when an area of water receives excess pollutants, primarily an overabundance of nutrients, which produce large algae blooms that die off and lead to low oxygen. And since the Mississippi gets fed by tributaries that flow through 31 states, that adds up to a staggering volume of contaminated runoff.
You have drainage into the Gulf of Mexico from the Ohio River, the Mississippi River, and the Missouri River. Yet each of those three major river systems are watersheds in and of themselves with their own challenges and their own problems.
The Mississippi River has always delivered a lot of water, and that hasn't changed over the centuries. What's changed is the amount of nutrients in that water.
In fact, the Mississippi's nitrogen levels in the lower Mississippi River have tripled since the 1950s. And the growing hypoxic zone off the Louisiana coast contains the disturbing evidence.
It's like a rusty color, stinky, rotten looking. You see fish just swimming sideways, gasping for air and stuff like that. And when you pull up the nets, not one shrimp alive, all dead, orange. The fish, they rotten, like melting away and stuff like that. Can't breathe stuff, and it's just rotten.
This is just a fact of life, the way we treat our water systems, because we use them as our garbage dumps. We use them to dilute our pollutants and things like that, and it flows downstream. I believe the statistic is that if you're in New Orleans, the water that is going by you has passed through a human gut something like 3 or 4 times before it gets to you.
Incredibly, Louisiana boasts a natural resource that removes pollutants from the draining Mississippi, the once abundant wetlands.
Plants that grow in wetlands produce these wonderful filters for everything that is coming into them. They trap sediment, they tempt chemicals, and what leaves the wetlands is much, much cleaner water.
Wetlands also provide an important habitat for birds and other wildlife. Sadly, the Louisiana wetlands are quickly disappearing.
Coastal Louisiana has lost about 1.2 million acres of wetlands in the last 100 years.
When we levied off the Mississippi, it cut off the Mississippi River water from the marshes.
In addition to the levees, a network of man-made navigation channels is also compromising the wetlands by allowing salt water to seep into the marshes.
Once that salt water travels up these channels and overflows the banks of these channels out into freshwater systems, such as this cypress swamp, that salt water sits out there around the roots of these trees and kills them. They cannot survive salt water. They're freshwater plants.
Eliminating the hypoxic zone will take more than saving our wetlands. Reducing nutrient runoff in the Mississippi River watershed is the heart of the problem. It's an issue involving over half the states in the nation and a vast array of industries, particularly farming, which uses nitrogen-rich fertilizer to grow its crops.
Fertilizers are helping the United States produce the food for the world, but there is such a thing as overuse.
There are scientists who have done the analyses and predict that you could reduce fertilizers by about 12% without reducing crop production and see a significant decrease in the amount of nitrogen going into the Mississippi River.
Experts say the first key to changing behavior is raising public awareness.
We all live downstream of somebody, and we all live upstream of somebody. So what somebody else does in their watershed affects the water that I receive, and what I do in my watershed affects the water that somebody else receives downstream.
If we don't clean up our act, our water resources, which we simply cannot live without, will be ruined. Coming up, can the water supply for 9 million New Yorkers be saved from the ravages of polluted runoff? In January of 1996, one of the most devastating winter storms in history slams the East Coast. 2 feet of snow dumps on New York and throughout the Northeast Corridor. Schools, airports, and roads are shut down. By the time it's over, the blizzard and resultant flooding caused $3 billion in losses, and 187 lives are taken. And in the Catskill Mountains of upstate New York, the snowmelt triggers another potentially devastating crisis. Stormwater runoff contaminated with trash, dirt, fertilizers, and pesticides from nearby farms and communities threatens the fresh water supply. And the Catskill system of reservoirs is vitally important, for it is the biggest watershed of New York City, providing drinking water to over 9 million people.
The miracle of the city's water supply system is largely unknown to most New Yorkers. You ask people, where does the water come from? Often people shrug their shoulders and say New Jersey.
I figured that we were probably our own separate water system than from upstate. I'd rather be drinking water from upstate than the Hudson River.
I don't know that most people are aware of how large the problem is and how close to crisis many of our water supply systems are.
To preserve the purity of the reservoirs and enforce the Safe Drinking Water Act, the Environmental Protection Agency presented the Big Apple with two options. Either build and maintain a $6 billion facility to filter all of the city's tap water, or fund a $1 billion program to protect the watershed from polluted runoff.
When it comes to our investment in clean air and clean water, preserving open space, fixing antiquated sewage treatment plants, we can't wait. It doesn't get any less expensive, it gets more expensive.
With the historic Watershed Agreement of 1997, an unprecedented upstate-downstate partnership was forged to protect the New York City water supply.
The Watershed Agreement is saving New York City billions of dollars.
The plan includes purchasing and preserving 355,000 acres of undeveloped watershed land, the upgrading of sewage treatment plants, and the protection and restoration of stream corridors.
What we're looking at here is a main tributary of the Esopus Creek. During flooding, we were seeing a lot of sediment coming out of the stream. The clay gets into the water column and it becomes very turbid, and then it makes it very difficult to treat and clean that water. So from a water quality perspective, we're very concerned about erosion.
The program also provides funding for farmers that implement agriculture management practices.
Well, we have a very exciting program with the Watershed Agricultural Council where we are working with local farmers. We look at how they're handling the animals so that the runoff associated with manure, fertilizer, and that farm activity isn't getting into the streams around our reservoirs.
This water here is basically the water you're going to be drinking down in the city. And I feel I've got a responsibility to try my best to keep it clean for when it gets down there. It used to be when it rained here on the farm, the water that ran away from the back of the barn here was full of mud, manure, and it would just run brown and right into the stream. 2 years ago, we would spread every day. We'd have to take it out, spread it on the fields. If the snow was deep, we spread it on the snow, and unfortunately, if the ground was froze when the snow melted, the nutrient value of it for fertilizer was gone. It wound up down in the reservoir.
With New York City funding, a secure above-ground steel tank that can hold 400,000 gallons of manure was installed on the Meadowbrook farm.
That's enough storage for 6 months of the year. Now we can store it, spread it when it'll do the most good to us for fertilizer, and we don't have to spread it every day.
I worked with Tim on the plan to develop the improvements we're going to make. Plan really belongs to the farmer. And it's a collaboration of their ideas and what technical advice we can bring to the program. But the farmer makes the decision.
It's a program that seems to make everybody happy.
Here's to the farmers who are working so hard to make sure we've got clean water to put in our coffee.
To guarantee the city's water supply is fresh at the tap, comprehensive tests are performed by the New York City Department of Environmental Protection, both in the lab and at over 1,000 sampling stations throughout the city.
New York City has probably one of the most extensive water quality monitoring programs in the nation, if not the world.
We're sampling every day, 365 days a year. I've been drinking this water for 53 years. Nothing else. Best water in the world. New York City, straight from the tap to my lips.
Coming up, the future of our water supply remains at risk, but there's something everyone can do to help protect it. Find out how next. To keep our watersheds free of pollutants will require the actions of every citizen, community, and business.
Paved concrete surfaces, asphalt, parking lots, sidewalks. The question is, do we need to have as many as we do? Because to the extent that you have too much impervious surface, the water is not retained on site. It doesn't soak into the ground. It runs off, picks up speed, carries pollutants and contaminants into the water body.
One strategy for preventing stormwater runoff is occurring at the new Ford Rouge Center in Dearborn, Michigan. This remodeled truck plant is covered by a green roof the size of 8 football fields. Planted with a porous ground cover, it reduces the amount of polluted runoff released into the watershed.
The thing that tends to get the most attention is the 10-acre green roof, but that's really just part of a philosophy that if an area does not have to be paved or built upon, it's going to be green space.
And communities are also implementing green space strategies, such as rain gardens.
They sloped the lot in such a manner that all the flow goes towards this landscaping, where basically the polluted runoff can percolate into the ground and get filtered rather than going straight onto the street into the storm drain system, and really a very simple approach to cleaning up our runoff in urban areas.
But perhaps the most powerful course of action is individual participation.
People need to take responsibility for the state of our waters, and water conservation is one area where they can do that as a committed citizen. All those things your mom told you, take a short shower, don't let the water tap run while you're brushing your teeth.
Taking your household hazardous waste to a cleanup and recycling day. Don't wash your car on the streets and put all those suds down into the drain.
When you change or use motor oil, you don't dump it into the street. Everybody's got to clean up after their pets. Obviously, that's a big concern. Fertilizers, herbicides, pesticides, and make sure you don't use them anytime there's any chance of rain coming up in the near future. When you're irrigating your lawn and your garden, make sure that you're not overspraying and causing all those chemicals to end up getting into the storm drain system. The only way we're going to solve the problem is if everybody does their part.
We all live in a watershed. We all have an impact on our environment. And we must all play a role in the protection and restoration of our valuable water resources. To learn more about how you can get involved and to get a free brochure called After the Storm, visit epa.gov/Weather Channel.
Public Library. We are so excited. We are gonna have so much fun with them. It's the Groove Club, and let's give them a loud, dream big read, as loud as we can on the count of 3. They'll know we're ready for them. Let's count 1, 2, 3. Dream big read. Oh, come on, let's do it louder than that. Oh, come on. You all gotta wake up. They look like they're ready to dance and have some fun. Let's get going. 1, 2, 3. Dream big read. Yay!
That was so great, guys. Oh, hi. How are you today? You good? Well, I'm Kyla, and this is Kelsey. Hi. And we're the Groove Club. Are you guys ready to dance with us? Can you guys help me by standing up?
Everybody stand up. We're gonna jump on this first song. Can you guys jump?
Can you jump with us? Good job. Good job.
All right, now I want everybody to put their hands in the air and wave from side to side. See that? Make sure you got enough room to move around. It is a bit crowded in here today. Make sure you got enough room next to your neighbor. You guys want to try to clap on this part? Clap with us. There you go. Good job. And now try to reach your arms up and then shake your hands out to the side. Good job. Good job. Try that again. Reach up, then stretch your arms out. We're going to get good and warmed up on this first song because we're going to do lots of moving and dancing today. All right.
It's time to come together.
We're going to come together.
Let's read a book. It's now or never. Everyone around the world.
And now let's try to jump again.
Jump it up.
Yahoo! All right, can you put your hands up here? Jump as high as you can.
Yahoo!
Good job. All right, and now we're going to do the wave side to side again. Good job. Spread those fingers nice and wide. And reach up, stretch out side to side. All right. And now we're going to clap on this next part. Can you clap with me again? All right. And breathe with you. And now we're going to stretch up again and shake those hands out to the side. Reach up and stretch out. Good job. One more time. Shake those hands out. Reach up. Shake those hands. All right.
It's time to come together. Let's read a book. It's now or never. Everyone around the world. Come on. You guys jump again? Good
Jump
job.
as high as you can. Try to touch the ceiling.
Oh man, you're some fine jumpers.
Good job. And now I want you to jump as low as you can. Can you jump low? And now back to the middle. Just do a regular jump. Good job.
Can everybody hop on one foot? Hop on one foot. That's a hard one. Good job.
Now hop on the other foot. Oh, good job. You guys are really good. I think you're getting good and warmed up.
I think so too.
All right.
All right, guys. Well, like I said, we're the Groove Club, and you guys know our names, but we don't know yours. On the count of 3, can everybody yell out their name to me? You ready? 1, 2, 3. Goodness, there's so many names. I don't know if I can remember all those.
I don't think I can, but it's really nice to meet you guys. We're so glad you're here today. Like we said earlier, we are going to do lots of moving and grooving and singing and dancing as we celebrate, like your librarian said, dreaming big and reading this summer. Those are very important things to be doing. So we're going to sing songs and do a couple other things to celebrate that.
All right, you guys ready? Can we sway one more time?
Let's try to sway. Do those hands again.
special teddy bear?
Anybody have a special bear friend
I
at home?
do. Or another special stuffed animal? Yeah? I bet a bunch of our parents had special teddy bears when they were little too, huh?
I did.
Yeah.
His name was Teddy.
I did. I still do. His name was Gray Gray. Yeah. Okay, well, do you guys ever sing your teddy bears to sleep? Yeah?
Yeah, some of you.
Well, I need you guys to help me sing our teddy bears to sleep right now. Can you guys help me do that? Okay, get your imaginary teddy bears. Get them. Get them. Oh.
Pick them up.
Hug them real tight. Put them in your arm. You guys are going to help me sing them to sleep, okay? You ready? Here we go.
All right. You guys can stand up on this next one, too. We're going to do lots of moving today. All right, everybody stand up on this one. And I'll help you follow along. Ready?
Everybody clap.
We're going to clap. 1, 2, 3. Good job.
Everybody sing.
And now sing la 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 la.
Bow to
and now take a bow.
A little curtsy. And you turn around.
You turn in a circle.
And
good job. And do that again.
Rock-a-bye your bear. There's now a sleep. There's now a sleep.
Good job. Now some of you know this. That's
Can
great.
you get your thumbs out? Do this little dance with me.
Can you shake your thumbs?
Oh yeah, that's great.
Good job. All right, we're going to do it again. See if you can pick it up.
Everybody clap.
1, 2, 3. All right.
Everybody sing.
Ready? La 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 la.
Bow to your partner.
Take a bow. Beautiful.
Then you turn around.
Wave those hands in the air.
Rock-a-bye your bear. There's now a sleep. There's now a
Rock-a-bye your bear.
There's now a sleep. There's now a sleep.
All right, now find a safe spot to tuck your bear in. We're going to tuck him in.
Give my kiss good night.
We're going to get those bears out later, so remember where you put them.
Great job. You know, I have a special teddy bear, but I also have another special stuffed animal, and he's green, and he really likes to hop. Does anybody know what he might be? A frog! That's exactly what he is, and his name is Froggy, and he loves to go hopping. So this song is all about my frog. Are you guys gonna help me? I need you to stand back up and help me. All right, let's do lots of frog hopping. You ready? Can everybody
like a
start
frog?
hopping?
All right. We're going to start with our hands on our hips on this next song. And just see if you can bounce. Can you bounce with me?
Froggy wanna hoppin' on a summer day.
Good job.
Froggy wanna hoppin' on a summer day.
All right.
Froggy went off and on a summer day, he met Miss Mousy on his way.
And now do your hands side to side like that. Good job.
She said, Miss Mousy, will you marry me?
Alright.
She said, Miss Mousy, will you marry me? Together we'll start a family.
And now we're gonna march. Can you march in place? Good job.
The first to the wedding was Mr. Pig.
Alright.
The first to the wedding was Mr. Pig. He played his banjo and he danced a jig. What does Pig say?
Can you guys oink like a pig? Let me hear your best oink. Good job. Can you snort like a pig?
Great job, Peter. What do you think they had for supper?
What do you think they had for supper? What would a frog like to eat? Do frogs eat bugs? And mosquitoes?
Supper. Fried mosquitoes and bread and butter.
Ew.
Yum, yum. Yum, yum. Good job. Can we hop one more time? You guys ready?
All right.
Froggy went hopping on a summer day. Froggy went hopping on a summer day. Froggy went hopping on a summer day. He met Miss Mousy on his way. Great job, guys. You're such good hoppers. Thanks for helping me out.
All right. Well, for this next song, I thought we'd invite our friend Katie Berry to the stage, but I haven't seen her yet. Have any of you guys seen a big white bear walking around the library today? Have you seen her, Kyla?
I haven't seen her. Have you? Have you seen her?
I haven't seen her. Why don't you go look for her? Because she loves to dance. She was going to join us today. I know she would love to dance with you guys.
All right, I'll be right back, you guys. I'm going to go find her and bring her back.
Okay. Now, stay standing. I can tell you guys have been trained to sit down, but today's your opportunity to move around in a library. Not something you normally get to do here. But this next song is one of my favorites. See if you recognize this one. Anybody know this song? You recognize this? The Hokey Pokey? Anybody know that song? All right, couple people. If you don't know it, you can follow along. I want you to get out your Hokey Pokey hands. Can everybody do this with their hands? Get out your pointer fingers. All right, we're gonna start with, I think we start with our left leg. You put it in, then you take it out, and you put it in, you shake it all about. You do the Hokey Pokey, and you turn yourself around. Anybody know this? And then you clap your hands, because that's what it's all about. You guys ready to do the Hokey Pokey with me? You think you can do it? All right, start with that left foot. Ready? Here we go. Put your left foot in, put your left foot out, put your left foot in, and you shake it all about. You do the Hokey Pokey, and you turn yourself around. And that's what it's all about. Good job. And now we're going to do the Hokey Pokey. Can you dance with me? Good job. And you can sing along too if you want. Hokey Pokey, and now clap. That's what it's all about. Now your right hand, put your right hand in, put your right hand out, put your right hand in, and you shake it all about. You do the Hokey Pokey, and you turn yourself around. It's all about. Good job. Hokey Pokey. Can you Hokey Pokey with me? Let's see your Hokey Pokey. You can lift your legs up. All right, that's what it's all about. Now your left hand, put your left hand in, put your left hand out, put your left hand in, and you shake it all about. You do the Hokey Pokey, and you turn yourself around. And it's all about. All right. Hokey Pokey, Hokey Pokey, Hokey Pokey. That's what it's all about. Now your head, put your head in, put your head out, put your head in, and you shake it all about. You do the Hokey Pokey, and you turn yourself around. That's what it's all about. Good job. Now we're going to do the Hokey Pokey, Hokey Pokey, Hokey Pokey, and clap. That's what it's all about. Now your whole body, put your whole body in, put your whole body out, put your whole body in, and you shake it all about. Good job, guys. Now we're going to do the Hokey Pokey and turn around. That's what it's all about. All right, last time. Hokey Pokey, Hokey Pokey, Hokey Pokey. Ready? That's what it's all about. Woo-hoo! Give yourself a round of applause for the Hokey Pokey. All right. Well, I wonder if Kyla found Katie. Anybody seen our bear friend yet? There she is. Come on out, Katie. Can everybody give Katie a big hand? Say, hi, Katie. All right, Katie's going to help us on these next few songs because she loves to dance, and we have some more dances for you guys today. Can I show you a couple new dances with Katie? All right. Thanks for coming on up here. This first dance is called the ham and cheese. I want everybody to get their hands out like this. Spread your fingers nice and wide, and then flip your hands to the side and bring them together like that. And then flip your hands the other way and bring them together like that. All right, and then you go back and forth, and 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 back and forth, till you can't do it anymore. That's the ham and cheese. You guys got that one? All right, now I'm going to teach you a second crazy dance. This is called the chicken wing. I want you to get your hands out again, then make a fist. Put your fists on your shoulders and swing your elbows back and forth like you got little chicken wings. Oh, you guys look great. All right, we're going to do those next two dances a lot on this next song. I want you to follow Katie because she's going to do the dance moves, all right? You think you can do that? Okay, here we go. Okay, we're going to start with the ham and cheese, so get those hands out. Let's see those ham and cheese sandwiches. Oh, you guys are great. And now let's try that chicken wing. Make sure you got that one. Remember the chicken wing? Oh, there you go. You guys make great little chickens. All right, here we go. Come home in the morning like my mother says, when you gonna can pretend it's peanut butter and jelly. Anybody here like peanut butter and jelly sandwiches? I do. I love peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Especially with a glass of milk. It's very good. All right. Some kids take a beautiful book and hide it away from the rest of the world. I want to be the one to read in the sun, but kids, they want to have fun. All kids just want to have. Now will you jump on this next part again? And put your hand in the air like you're bouncing a ball. Can you do that move? Oh, good job. All right, kids, they wanna have fun. Oh, kids just wanna have fun. Let's try that ham and cheese one more time. Show me your best ham and cheese. All right, now the chicken wing. We didn't do that one last time. Let's do the chicken wing. Good job. All right, well, now that I have taught you guys two of the craziest dances I know, I was wondering if you would show me the craziest, silliest, wackiest dance you can think of. You ready? Think of your craziest dance move you've ever seen, and on the count of 3, I want you to show me your dance moves, and I'm going to try to learn it, okay? You ready? 1, 2, 3. Show me your dances. Oh, those are good. Whoa, look at that one. Can everybody try to do this? Good. All right, what other crazy dances do we have out there? Keep dancing. Let me see if we got any other crazy moves. Oh, I like this one. Guy over here. Sticking those legs out. Wow, you guys are really good dancers. Oh, we've got a jumper here. She's doing like a jumping jack. You guys hear that? Ah, good job. Woo. Oh. Anybody else have any crazy moves? You girls are jumping. Oh, give yourselves a hand for all that dancing. You guys are great dancers. All right, well, we're going to keep dancing. This is a dance party after all. You guys ready to do some more dancing? Maybe? You guys recognize this song? Chicken dance, that's right. All right. If anybody doesn't know the chicken dance, it goes like this. You get your hands out. You do this. Then you do your wings. Then you waddle. And then you clap. And then you turn in a circle. Pretend you're flying like a chicken. And then you turn in a circle the other way. And that is the chicken dance. You guys got it down? Maybe a few of you? All right, see if you can follow along. Ready? We're going to get our hands out. Follow Katie. She's going to help us. Ready? Here we go. Hands, wings, waddle, clap. There you go. You guys got it. Wings, waddle, clap. Good job. Hands, wings, waddle, clap, clap. Hands, wings, waddle. Good job. All right, and now fly in a circle. You can turn twice if you have time. And then we're going to turn the other way in a circle. Good job. All right, make sure you got room. Ready? Here we go. Hands, wings, waddle, clap, clap. There you go. Waddle, clap, clap. Good job. You guys are so good at this. And waddle, clap, 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 clap. Hands, wings, waddle, and clap. Good job. Now turn in a circle. Pretend you're flying. Maybe you can see your house down on the ground. And then turn in the other way. All right, last time. Here we go. Get those hands out. Hands. Wait a minute. The music slowed down. Did you guys slow down my music? No, are you sure? This is too slow. I can't dance to this. You want to see if we can get it to go faster? Let's see if we can do that. On the count of 3, I want you to say poof, and we'll see if we can get the music to speed up. You ready? 1, 2, 3, poof. There we go. That worked. That's more like it. for the chicken dance. That was tough at the end there. Okay. Well, we're going to have a seat for this next song. You can sit down. We'll give you a break from all that dancing. Katie, do you have to leave? Oh, Katie has to go. I had so much fun dancing with her, though. Let's give Katie a big hand if you enjoyed dancing with Katie. I'll see you next time, Katie. Thanks for coming. Say bye. Oh, I love dancing with Katie Berry. She's so much fun. She likes to come out and join us at the library. Wow. Remember how your librarian said today we have or for this summer actually, we have a theme about dreaming big and reading? We have a song that ties into that. See if you know this next song. This is a really famous song by a British singer. Does anybody recognize this song by any chance? You do? What's the song? Adele, that's right, it's by Adele. Who here loves Adele? I love Adele's music. We got a couple Adele fans in here. All right, great. Well, Adele had a dream when she was probably about your age that when she got bigger, she was going to be a singer. And she dreamed really big, just like the theme for this summer says, you got to let yourself dream big, right? So she dreamed really, really big. She didn't let anything get in her way. And when she grew up, she became a singer. And now she gets to sing all over the world for lots and lots of children like you guys. How about that? And all this talk of dreaming reminded me, I had a dream when I was sleeping last night. You know, you can have dreams when you sleep, kind of weird dreams. I had this weird dream last night that I had a coloring book, but it didn't have any pictures in it for me to color. Check this out, you guys. This is the coloring book I dreamt of. It looks colorful on the outside, but on the inside, it just had blank pages. Isn't that weird? So, I was wondering if you guys could help me out today. You look like you're a good group and you could probably fix my coloring book. I want you guys to reach into your ear and pull out a black magic marker. Can you do that? Whoop! Pull it out. And I'm going to hold my coloring book out in the air, and I want you to go like this and draw some pictures in my coloring book. Ready? Keep drawing. Draw your pictures into my coloring book. It could be a picture of a hat or some flowers or a clown, whatever you can think of. All right, and now we're going to say a magic word to make those pictures stick. What's a good magic word? Oh, what was it? Abracadabra. I heard that one the loudest. Okay, we're going to do abracadabra. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Abracadabra. All right, let's see if we got some pictures in here now. We do. Look at that. Oh, that's great. Now we've got some pictures to color in. Okay, well, now that we have some pictures, let's add some color to them since it is a coloring book after all. I want you to think of your favorite color. What are some of your favorite colors? Purple, pink, blue, green. All right, I want you to throw your color, do this, and throw your color into my coloring book. Throw that color onto those pictures. All right, and now we got to come up with another magic word. What's another good magic word? Hocus pocus? Okay, we'll do hocus pocus on the count of 3. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Hocus pocus. Think it worked? Yeah? Let's see. It worked! We've got pretty colors on our pictures now. Oh, look at that. You guys are really good at coloring. Okay, well now I want you to see if you can take your color back. Do you remember what color you put in there? I want you to think of that same color and take it back. Now, can you go like this? Take your color back. Take it back off the coloring book. All right, we got to do another magic word. Make sure it worked. What's a good magic word? Want to do abracadabra again? Okay, that's a good one. Here we go. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Abracadabra! And let's see if we just have the drawings now. We do! You guys took your color back. That's great. Now I can color in these pictures when I go home today. You guys did such a great job with these drawings, though. Give yourselves a hand. Oh, you were great at that. All right. Well, again, our theme for this summer is dreaming. So remember to always dream big. And maybe you can come up with a coloring book like that yourself when you get home today. All right. There's Kyla. Hey, Kyla. How's it going?
Did you guys see Katie Berry? I couldn't find her. You were the bear.
You missed her.
I missed her?
Yeah.
You were the bear.
No, she went far. Did you see her? She came out
I
here.
went down the street. I went to McDonald's. She wasn't there. She wasn't in the library anywhere, but she was here.
She was here. She had a dance party with us, didn't she?
Just missed her. Man. Well, did you guys have fun with her?
Oh, good.
You had a good time.
I saw you coming out of that door, and you came back in.
I went that way to look for her. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm glad you guys had fun with her. Yeah?
All right, well, we're going to get dancing again, so everybody stand up on this next song. We're going to do some more dancing.
All right. Okay, this next song is all about dancing, so I need you guys to really help me out on this one, okay? Are you ready? Can you twist with me?
Let's try to twist. Can you twist your hips and your arms to the side?
Good
Can you
job.
twist to the other side?
Get your arms in.
Oh, you guys are good.
Good job, guys.
Keep twisting.
Everybody's helping us dance. Can you guys help us?
All right, and now can you do a little sway side to side? Can you do that? Can you sway with me? Good job.
The clock strikes upon the hour, and the sun begins to fade.
Pretend you got a watch on and you're looking at your watch.
Figure out how to chase
those blues away. Good job.
I've been alright up till now. It's the light of daylight shows me how. But when the night falls, my loneliness calls.
All right, now try that twist. Can you do that twist we practiced? Good job.
I wanna dream with somebody.
Let's try that move. Let's make sure we got that one down. When she goes dream, I want you to reach up and stretch out to the side. Ready? Dream big. Oh, good job. And now twist. Can you twist again? And then do the dreaming big. All right. And twist. And put your arms up for dream big. Good job. All right, we're going to go back to that sway. Can you sway side to side with me?
Lost my senses.
There we go.
Just a gentle sway that time. Sooner or later, the feet are in, and I wind up feeling down. I need the strength
Can you
to
show us your
take
muscles?
a chance.
Oh, good job. We got some strong kids in here today.
Enough to last, but when the night falls, my lonely heart calls.
And now twist. Show us that twist. Oh, we got good twisters. And now we're going to do the dream jump. Good job. And do the twist. Can you twist? Oh, good job.
Somebody who dreams big.
Do a little more twist.
I wanna dream with somebody.
Oh, good job.
I wanna dance with somebody.
Show us that twist. What's that twist you guys learned?
Somebody who dreams big.
Oh, good
You
job.
guys are such good dancers.
They are.
Now we're gonna do something, and I need 2 helpers. So can you raise your hand?
I'm going to pick out a boy and a girl from the audience. Let me see here.
Okay, well, we need plenty of room. So here, why don't you come in down here? And can you guys move that just a little bit? Okay?
We are going to have a hula hoop contest between boys and girls, and we're going to see who is the better hula hooper. Do you think it's going to be the boy or the girl? Girl, boy? Oh, we'll have to see. All right. I want our volunteers to put their hula hoops over their hips. You guys ready to do some twisting with the hula hoop? All right, ready? On the count of 3. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Let's hula hoop. Oh, you guys are good.
Keep going.
Keep going. Let's give them a hand and get them encouraged. Woo! Oh, we have really good hula hoopers today. I don't know. This could be a close one. This might be a tie. Oh, good job. All right. If you think the boy's doing a better job, give him a really big hand. And now if you think the girl's doing a better job, give her a big hand. Oh, pretty close. I don't know. We might have been a little more support more for the girl. Let's do it one more time. If you thought the boy was doing a better job, give him a big hand. All right, and now if you thought the girl did a better job, give her a hand. Oh, I think the girl won by just a small margin, but you guys were both so good. Let's give both our volunteers a big hand again. Thank you so much. You guys were great. All right.
All right, so I know we're in the library today, so how many of you guys love to read? I love to read. What are some of your favorite books? Can you yell them out?
Favorite book titles? Just shout them out. What's your favorite book?
Those are some good books, you guys. Okay, well, this next song, we're going to talk about lots of really good books, so I want you to listen to Kelsey when she sings, and if you hear any books you know, can you yell and scream, okay? Get really excited if you hear any books you know. All right, you ready? Can you help us? Stand up and help us. we're getting there, guys. I need your help. Oh, are you tired?
A couple more songs to go. We're trying to wear you guys out today. Okay. All right, pretend you got your favorite book in your hand and open it up to the first page.
This book is your book. This book is my book. You can check it out and have a look. Go on an adventure.
Okay, pretend you got a sword. You're going on an adventure. Good job.
This book.
All right, see if you know any of these books. Here we go. Where the red fern grows, there's a wrinkle in time. Roll of thunder, hear my cry.
Oh, I know that.
This book was made for you and me. Tom Sawyer on the little engine that could pass in a little house in the big woods where the wild things are. Lives Mother Goose. This book was made for you and me. Do you recognize any of those books? Maybe some of them. Do you recognize some? Where the Wild Things Are? Yeah, I love that book. That's a good book. Pull out your sword and go on an adventure at the library. Yeah. All right, we got some more book titles for you. See if you recognize any of these. Ready? Well, the very hungry caterpillar and the cat in the hat know where the sidewalk ends is Alice's Wonderland. Frog and Toad know how to eat fried worms. This book was made for you and me. The Hobbit dances with Mary Poppins under the giving tree. There's a magic locket. Peter Pan singing chooky chooky boom boom. This book was made for you and me. Did you guys catch any of those books? What did you hear? Chicka chicka boom boom? Yeah, how about you? Alice in Wonderland? Yeah. What did you hear? The Very Hungry Caterpillar? Do you know that book? Yeah, Cat in the Hat?
Yeah, good job.
All right. Let's see if you can sing this last line with us. Ready? Want to try and get your book out? This book was made for you and me. Try to sing that with us. Ready? This book was made for you and me. Good job. Oh, you guys are great. All right, give yourselves a hand. Give your library a hand for all the summer reading it's going to help you do this summer. All right, well, this is our last dance song, so get ready. I want you to get out your imaginary drums and imaginary guitars. Can you do that? Let me see you play some imaginary drums and guitars there. Oh, good job. Just rock out on this one. You show us all the books you got. We keep on dancing and the room gets hot. You all go wild, we'll drive you crazy. Go crazy! You say you wanna go for a spin. The party's just begun, well then you win. You all go wild, we'll drive you crazy. Go crazy! And now play those drums. You keep on shouting, you keep on shouting. And now get ready with that air guitar. You ready? Here we go. I wanna rock and roll all night and read every day. I wanna rock and roll. Good job. You guys have some good air guitars. And read every day. I wanna rock and roll all night. Yeah, and read every day. I wanna rock and for style. You all go wild, will drive you crazy. Go crazy, I'm gonna turn this way. You show us all the books you got. Well, baby, that's quite a lot. You all go wild, will drive you crazy. Go crazy. You keep on shouting, you keep on shouting. All right, we got some air guitar coming up here again. I bet we've got some really good air guitarists in here. Who thinks they'd be really good at the air guitar? Kyle, will you go grab a couple friends from the audience? We're gonna get you guys some air guitars. Cool sunglasses too. Everybody on the crowd, you can keep playing your air guitar. All right, we're gonna hook our friends up with some cool sunglasses. Oh, don't they look cool? Nice. All right, everybody keep playing your air guitar. There we go. And read every day. I wanna rock and roll all night. Yeah. And read every day. I wanna rock and roll all night. And read every day. Oh, give yourselves a round of applause. And our volunteers up here, you guys look really cool on those guitars. We have some of these guitars for sale after the show, too, if you guys want one to take home and rock out to. Those are really fun to play. All right, well, have a seat for this last song. We're going to slow it down. I know you guys got tuckered out with all that dancing and singing and moving around. I did, too. I am ready for a nap. So we're going to slow it down on this last song and get ready to get on the sleepy train. I want you guys to get your hands out like this and rest your head on your hands. And we're gonna get ready to take a little nap. Just gonna rock side to side. And now do a big stretch and maybe yawn. Oh, those were good stretches. And now rest your head on your hands again. You guys look tired. I can tell we wore you out. That's good, we did our job. It's time for all right, now do you remember where you put your bears earlier at the start of the show? Get your teddy bear out. And we're gonna hold them really tight. And we're gonna get ready to take a nap with our teddy bears. It's time to rock them to sleep again. Alright, then put your bear back down. Maybe put a little blanket over him. Tuck him in. And we're gonna rest again. Good job. We're going on to stretch. Oh gosh. Get on the sleepy train. All right. Well, you know how our theme for this summer reading is dreaming big. And you know, you can dream when you're asleep. Does anybody here have any dreams they want to share with us? Maybe any dreams you've had while you're sleeping? What was your dream? Shout it out. Oh, your dream is to be a teacher? Oh, that's great. That's a great dream. Very good. How about you? What was it? What was your dream? Ooh, that sounds good. How about anybody else? Anybody have any dreams where they were flying? Anybody ever had that dream when you're asleep? Yeah, a couple people, that's always a fun dream. Well, usually it's fun. Sometimes it's scary. Anybody have a dream they were like a superhero that was flying through town? You did? Oh, cool. How about anybody else? Anybody have any dreams? What was your dream? To be an astronaut? Oh, awesome. Good luck with that dream. That would be so cool to go into outer space. All right, well, we're going to get on the sleepy train again. Rest your head on your hands. And do a big stretch. Stretch out. You guys were so great today with all that dancing and moving around. Oh, we're just going to kind of relax on this last And then get your teddy bear out again. If you remember where you put your teddy bear, or a different stuffed animal, whichever one's your favorite. We're going to hold them really tight. Good job. And say night-night, teddy bear. Say good night to them. And then tuck them back in. All right. Well, once again, my name's Kelsey. This is Kyla. We are with the Groove Club. We want to thank you for having us today. You were such a good audience. We also want to thank the library in LaVergne here for hosting this event today. Give yourselves in the library a big hand. You guys did great. We are going to be around at the end of the show. We'd love to meet you guys if you've got time. We like to take pictures with our special friends and give them high fives, so you're welcome to do that. If you have a Facebook page too, you can add us as your friend on Facebook. Our name on there is Groove Club Kids on Facebook. And a couple of the songs that we sang today are on our new CD if you want to buy one of those after the show too. We've got CDs for sale and some of those cool air guitars you saw earlier. All right? So once again, give yourselves a big hand for coming out today. You guys were really great. Thank you so much. I hope you all have a really good summer. Read lots of books and dream big. Bye-bye. Thank you.
I'm Julie Scardina here at SeaWorld San Diego. Are you ready to get up close and personal glimpses into incredible rescue attempts? A behind-the-scenes look at phenomenal rehabilitation efforts and witness spectacular animal releases? Well, you've come to the right place because SeaWorld and Busch Gardens have been leading the way in animal rescue for a very long time. You know, the Anheuser-Busch Adventure Parks have been committed to wildlife preservation for over 40 years. No other organization has rescued, rehabilitated, and released more animals. SeaWorld and Busch Gardens have rescued 11,000 animals since 1965. And SeaWorld, in the past 5 years alone, has helped more than 3,000 animals, including seals, sea lions, dolphins, whales, sea turtles, and even seabirds. 24/7, 365 days a year, SeaWorld's animal rescue and rehabilitation teams respond to calls for animals in distress, then to be assisted by an expert group of dedicated veterinarians, animal care specialists, and marine biologists. But the Anheuser-Busch commitment reaches far beyond the rescue of a single animal. From Antarctica to the Arctic, SeaWorld and Busch Gardens are working to save some of the planet's most endangered species and habitats. I'll be back shortly to give you an even closer look at which specific species of animals are being helped. In the meantime, let me introduce you to my colleague, Chuck Carreau, as he takes you on some amazing animal rescues. Chuck?
Thanks, Julie. You know, SeaWorld and Busch Gardens have performed some truly amazing rescues. But did you ever stop to wonder why these rescues have to take place at all? Well, sometimes stuff just happens. And of course, you can't control a natural disaster like an earthquake or a hurricane. Other times, events are triggered by humans. In June of 2000, off the coast of Cape Town, South Africa, a sunken freighter caused an oil slick that resulted in the worst bird disaster in history. A worldwide call to action went out, and SeaWorld, along with many others, immediately answered. Just like this little guy here is getting a good chance at surviving, an entire colony of South African penguins and their chicks got a second chance, thanks to a lot of caring hands.
It comes as a surprise to many people to hear that South Africa is home to penguins. These seabirds are a permanent fixture along the southern coast. However, June 23, 2000 marked a fateful day for the penguins when the bulk carrier ship, the Treasure, sank off the coast of Cape Town. About 400 tons of oil spilled from the ship and began washing onto Robben Island, home to nearly 20,000 African penguins. Soon after, shifting weather patterns pushed oil towards Dasson Island, where 56,000 African penguin adults and chicks live. With worldwide numbers totaling only 150,000 birds, this spill threatened almost half of the entire African penguin population. Jay Holcomb, Director of International Bird Rescue and Research Center and on-site manager of the International Fund for Animal Welfare, intimately knows what it takes to pull off a rescue attempt of this magnitude. He discusses what zoological parks and staff bring to a rescue such as this.
To manage this many birds takes a lot of supervision. The volunteers are wonderful. They come in hordes. We have 700, 800, 900 a day to come in, but they all have to be supervised. So what we've done is brought in people from zoos, aquariums, wildlife rehabilitation facilities from around the world that we put under our management system that we've created, and they help us manage the volunteers.
These guys just... With a rescue that totaled over 23,000 oiled birds, people from around the world pulled together to save the penguins. The South African military and thousands of volunteers with varied backgrounds, education, and experience offered whatever time and service could be utilized. With numbers totaling over 40,000 volunteers, the Red Cross set up its own rescue center within a rescue center just to tend to the humans. Once the penguins arrived at the Sandcob Salt River facility, people were propelled into action. Dry pools were set up to keep the frightened penguins contained. As quickly as possible, the penguins were fed and hydrated. SeaWorld aviculturist Alex Ware headed up this part of the rescue process.
Right now we're doing a mixture of force feeding, offered hand feeding for the ones that are starting to get an idea of how to do it, and my team is currently going through and tube feeding some electrolytes to keep the birds going because dehydration is becoming a big issue. Some of these people are just whatever it takes, you know. I mean, they're shoveling dirt, they're scrubbing buckets. You know, everyone wants to help out in any way possible, and after a few days, you know, you try to find something that's a little less physical, because these little penguins, they're extremely strong animals, and even skilled handlers like myself, I'm sporting wounds and scratches and beauty marks, and I'm a careful penguin handler, and it's happening to me, so, but they keep coming back, and it's amazing.
As quickly as possible after the penguins arrived, they were sent for a washing. Unfortunately, this is a very slow and tedious process, requiring a minimum of 2 people for each bird and almost an hour of time. Then, the birds were rinsed and dried, but not yet ready to be returned to the wild for 2 primary reasons. It takes 4 or 5 days for the penguins to regain their natural oils after washing, and the spill was still a danger zone. So, the Sand Cobb facility became a holding facility as well, and the penguins required special care. They needed crushed shell to keep their feet clean, food, and of course, water. What a difference in energy once these birds could swim. And what an amazing transformation to turn an empty railroad warehouse into a penguin rehab center of this magnitude.
When the spill first happened, they must have known that this was going to entotal so many penguins, and they knew what kind of space requirements they were going to have, because I walked in, I was like, why do they have that huge factory for these birds? And now we're just filling it up. Every day we're needing another room, and to be able to keep it all central right here in one area rather than satellite rehab stations, everyone doing their own thing, it's a good thing for the animals, and it makes it very easy to coordinate the volunteers.
Another unfortunate detail in this oil spill was the timing. It occurred in the middle of chick rearing season, and both mom and dad take part in raising their young. Parents were swimming through the slick in search of food, returning to the islands oiled, which would eventually make them unable to swim. They were also regurgitating oil to their chicks. Until SeaWorld aviculturist Lauren Dubois and Baltimore Zoo colleague Steve Sorrow arrived in South Africa, it was too much time and effort to focus on saving the younger birds.
Basically what we're trying to do here is most of these birds have just come off the nest, and we're trying to get them to eat. What we're doing is once a day we're coming in and we're doing a force feeding, which is basically picking the bird up, making sure he gets 2 to 3 fish, and then in the afternoon we'll come in and we'll sit in the pens as the birds are getting used to us and try and offer them fish and give them sort of a hand feeding or free feeding. Once they eat on their own and we know that they have a good weight, then we'll go ahead and look at a time when we can release them.
Over 500 chicks were eventually returned to Dassin and Robben Islands, prepared to grow into vital adult penguins, helping to preserve their species. Upon her return, Lauren put it all into perspective.
My experience in South Africa pretty much changed the way that I take care of animals, and anytime I see animals. It was a very stressful situation coming into seeing many animals that had been injured by a man-made disaster, and being able to help take care of those animals and see those animals released and be healthy animals was a tremendous feeling of satisfaction to know that something that I did helped these animals to go back into the wild.
Lauren is an integral part of SeaWorld's new Oiled Wildlife Care Center, which opened its doors in July 2000.
The Oiled Wildlife Care Center is set up to do everything for an animal during an oil spill, and that includes the intake procedures, evaluating the animal, washing the animal, whether it's a mammal or a bird, and also care for the animals and support before the animal would be able to be released.
23,000 oiled birds made the South African oil spill the worst bird disaster in history. But with the dedication and skillful help of so many people from around the world, the worst bird disaster in history ended up to be the most successful rescue attempt to date. Of course, a rescue is always about the animals, but somewhere along the line, it can't help but be about the people as well.
California sea lions like these are abundant off the U.S. West Coast. That's not the case for another pinniped, the very endangered Hawaiian monk seal. Recently, an unusual form of blindness swept through Hawaiian monk seal colonies, putting their already dwindling population in even further jeopardy. SeaWorld San Antonio helped rescue several of these blind seals in an attempt to not only save these few, but learn more about this pinniped in hopes of understanding ways to protect their entire species in the future. It's an amazing thing.
The Florida manatee has a legendary history dating way back before Christopher Columbus. Now, often the source of mistaken identity, this gentle giant has been called everything from a monster to a goddess. Well, whatever label you choose, there's one manatee that can be called just plain lucky. Now, don't mistake him for a reindeer or for a meteor. This is the story of Comet, the Florida manatee that ventured back to Florida by way of Ohio. Ohio.
Slow and gentle, manatees capture the hearts of all that see them. However, seeing them can be somewhat difficult as they come to the surface to breathe. And it's their slowness that may actually increase their chances of being injured by boat collisions, one of several factors that threaten this endangered species today. Manatees and their relatives are found in oceans, bays, and rivers all over the world, although we're looking specifically at the West Indian manatee, which is found throughout the Caribbean and Florida. Manatees are mammals that are completely vegetarian, eating primarily seagrass. But don't let that fool you. They can weigh up to 3,000 pounds. Unless they are mother and calf, manatees typically live a solitary life, although in winter they may migrate with groups in search of warmer waters. The story of Comet starts in January of 1998 in Fernandina Beach, Florida, where he was found with his mother, who had been hit by a boat. SeaWorld's animal rescue team responded to the distress call to find a very injured mother and her year-and-a-half-old calf who was still nursing. The mother, named Mercury, sustained many large wounds on her right side, and SeaWorld vets discovered that she had several broken ribs that were causing a severe infection. Working with veterinarians from the University of Florida, the infected, fractured ribs were removed. Although Mercury began to eat following surgery, her wounds were too severe and she succumbed to them shortly after. The focus then shifted to doing everything possible to save her nursing baby, now known as Comet. Comet received around-the-clock attention and thrived under SeaWorld's care. Fortunately, he was old enough to begin eating on his own, and when he became strong enough, was introduced to other manatees in the rehabilitation area. Then, in June of 1999, Comet was doing well enough that he was one of several manatees transported to the Columbus Zoo's new manatee habitat. How about that? Manatees in Ohio. Doug Wormeltz, Assistant Director of Living Collections at the Columbus Zoo, explains why this is important.
It's important for people in Columbus, in central Ohio, in the Midwest to know about manatees. We use Florida as a vacation spot, and our lifestyles directly impact the survival of these animals, and we need to learn to be responsible, make a choice, and learn how to live with wildlife.
After more than a year of helping to educate guests in Ohio, it was time for Comet to come home. In a collaborative effort between SeaWorld, the Columbus Zoo, and government agencies, a transport and release strategy was designed and executed. Upon his return to SeaWorld Orlando, Comet was prepared for release into the St. Johns River, along with another rescued manatee named Corey.
Comet was released with Corey, a younger animal, today, so hopefully they'll stay together for a while. They're going to encounter the wild manatees that are in the spring, so Comet will probably learn where the food sources are and learn to move back and forth between the river and the spring, but eventually he'll probably go on his own.
SeaWorld Orlando is one of several manatee rescue and rehabilitation facilities in the state of Florida. Equipped with trucks, gear, and staff, they are ready to roll immediately to the scene of a manatee emergency and are set up to treat the animals on site and upon their return to the park. Manatees, the last generation, serves as a home to animals unable to be released and, like the Columbus Zoo exhibit, helps educate visitors about the plight of the manatees.
Every like 10 to 15 minutes they go up for air. Manatee's endangered because of all the boat accidents and red tide and their curiosity.
It may seem like a lot to go through to save one animal, but today, a manatee named Comet swims free, slow and gentle, and brings the overall numbers of this endangered species up by 1. SeaWorld thinks that alone is worth it.
There's almost no problem that can't be solved with good old-fashioned ingenuity. Just ask SeaWorld of Florida. When an injured manatee needed help floating, a specially designed wetsuit came to the rescue. And when a baby manatee needed to nurse, but the mother was unable, SeaWorld developed a manatee milk formula to nourish the calf. It's an amazing thing.
Attaboy. You know, some healthy marine mammals like sea lions, seals, and walruses naturally haul out onto land at times. Now, they might do this to mate, bear their young, or simply to rest. But, you know, sometimes animals haul out because they're ill or injured. In this case, an animal is considered stranded. That means it's helpless and unable to survive under the present conditions. Animals become stranded, well, for many reasons, ranging from disease, toxins, injuries, parasites, entanglement, oil spills, and believe it or not, weather events such as El Nino.
Although the cause of El Nino remains a mystery, it's an ocean event that has far-reaching effects. It might increase rainfall across the southern U.S. while causing horrible flooding in Peru and severe drought in the West Pacific, which might cause devastating brush fires in Australia. Meaning the little boy, or Christ child in Spanish, El Nino got its name since it often arrives around Christmas. During an El Nino, there's a change in normal trade wind strength in the central and western Pacific, which impacts surface water temperatures off the coast of South America. As water temperatures rise, the warmer waters aren't as nutrient-rich as the normal colder waters, and this starts an adverse reaction that moves all the way up the food chain. A lack of nutrients causes some vital plants and animals to die, while others can't survive and thrive in warmer waters, forcing animals that depend on them for their own survival to starve. It might also force animals, fish, and birds to migrate to other areas in an attempt to survive. This often results in animals stranding or ending up in areas not common to their species. And this results in an increase in rescues during an El Nino. SeaWorld San Diego's Assistant Curator of Animals, Keith Yip, explains.
During the El Nino event, we rescued over 350 animals. So far this year, for instance, we've only rescued 35 animals. I'd say the average is about 75 to 80 animals every year, and sometimes around 100, but 350 is an excessive number of animals.
What if you find an animal that appears stranded or abandoned? Observation is the first step. Often, in the case of a youngster, the mother may be off hunting, so unless the animal is in distress, you should simply watch it for a period of time. If the animal does require intervention, contact your local wildlife rescue and rehab agency. Often, humans think they're doing the right thing by intervening. However, these decisions are best left up to the experts that are trained and equipped to deal with these crisis situations. Many things can impact animals and their welfare, including weather. Sometimes nature needs to take its course. Other times, a helping hand, or lots of helping hands working together, is just what the doctor ordered.
SeaWorld California is the first and only zoological park in the world to successfully breed emperor penguins outside of Antarctica. Researchers at Hub SeaWorld Research Institute in California work best in noisy conditions. They studied penguin vocalizations in both Antarctica and at SeaWorld to determine, of all things, gender. Prior to the studies, only the penguins knew who the boys and girls were. Now, we do too. It's an amazing thing.
Sometimes things happen in nature for reasons no one understands, and human intervention becomes a crucial factor in the survival of an animal. This is the story of Callie, the giraffe, that with the help of Busch Gardens caretakers, veterinarians, and designers, stood just a little bit taller and a whole lot steadier on her feet.
There's no question that Busch Gardens Tampa is a fun and exciting theme park. But did you know that what looks like a cool place to see animals is serving a major worldwide function? Several animals housed at Busch Gardens and SeaWorld are actually part of breeding programs, which help ensure the overall survival of threatened and endangered species. Every day, guests at the park can get a glimpse of the newest additions to the Busch Gardens family by stopping by the nursery. Not all animals in the nursery are endangered or threatened. Sometimes, for various reasons found in nature, the mother is unable or unwilling to care for her offspring, or the baby may be sick or need special care. This was the case with Callie the giraffe. Callie, a reticulated giraffe, was born prematurely at Busch Gardens Tampa. Normally, giraffes can get up and walk on their own within minutes after birth. Callie, however, was just too weak to support herself. Weighing just 75 pounds at birth, she needed round-the-clock nursing care for the first 5 days. She was then able to stand up, but her forelegs needed support. Busch Gardens veterinarian Dr. Noah Abumadi determined that Callie's legs could be supported with braces, which would allow her to walk and strengthen her weak legs and joints. Shriners Hospital for Crippled Children was called to assist in the evaluation and design of the braces. A little extra support was just what Callie needed to boost her confidence. With her newfound stability, she was able to be walked and exercised, growing more sturdy as each day passed. Eventually, she was strong enough to walk and run on her own, where she joined the other Busch Gardens giraffes on the open veldt. Not only are breeding programs important as a way of increasing population numbers of a species, but also genetic diversity. SeaWorld aviculturist Rob Yorty explains.
When you're actually thinking about possibly releasing an animal, you don't want any latent genetic problems in their traits that could come out when the animal's actually released out in the wild and reproduces. So by this way of having a very large number of animals, we can keep track of all their genetics and make sure we don't have any weaker individuals, so to speak, that may be part of a reintroduction program.
Zoological parks provide fun and entertainment, no doubt. But look below the surface and you'll discover dedicated people devoted to conserving and preserving animal welfare, diversity, and population. Global concern on a local level.
Like Magellanic penguins, the Lear's macaw is also from South America. One difference is the Lear's macaw is in extreme peril as more and more of its habitat is being harmed. Busch Gardens supports efforts to protect this beautiful bird and its food source and has sent researchers to study its behavioral patterns and monitor nest sites in order to gain insight into how the Lear's macaw can survive. In addition, Busch Gardens is the only zoological park in the world to have successfully bred the Lear's macaw. It's an amazing thing.
Rescuing a marine mammal like a seal or a sea lion is hard work. But can you imagine what it's like rescuing an animal the size of a gray whale? Well, size is only one thing that makes this next story the most amazing animal rescue of all.
It was a fateful day in January 1997 when an abandoned gray whale beached herself near Marina del Rey, California. The whale was only a few days old when she was rescued and brought to SeaWorld San Diego. Only 14 feet long and 1,500 pounds, the little whale was found to be dehydrated and almost comatose. She was so weak that animal care team members had to hold her upright in the water and swim her around the medical pool. The outlook was not good. Dr. Jim McBain gave the grim findings.
Well, the animal is in pretty weak condition. It's dehydrated, it's very short on energy resources, energy supplies, it's very thin. The prognosis for full recovery is no better than poor at this point.
But with the dedication of the SeaWorld staff giving round-the-clock care, the little whale known as JJ overcame the odds. JJ was put on a specially formulated diet made up of a mixture of heavy cream, minced fish, and vitamins. She was hand-fed the formula at first and gained weight at an astounding rate. Eventually, JJ was introduced to solid food and was eating on her own. JJ thrived at SeaWorld, and as she grew, so did her pool. She became the center of attention as people from around the world followed her progress and visited her in San Diego. It gave so many the opportunity to get their first real-life look at a gray whale. There's much yet to be learned about gray whales, their patterns and habits. JJ gave us the opportunity to learn a tremendous amount about gray whales, their needs, and requirements. As JJ grew, it was discovered that her vocalizations didn't show the wide range of sounds gray whales normally make. It's known that these vocalizations play a very important communication and navigation role in the wild. With the help of audio technology, researchers piped different whale vocalizations into her pool as she was feeding. They hoped that when JJ was released back into the sea, she would recognize these calls and sounds and follow them to other gray whales. After 13 months of constant care, literally tons of food, and lots of love, it was time for JJ to be released. She was well over a year old, weighed 17,000 pounds, and measured almost 31 feet in length. It was no small task to design the equipment, gear, and strategy to transport JJ to the sea. On March 31st, 1998, in a bittersweet mixture of laughter and tears, JJ was released. After only a few days, she scraped off her tracking devices, so there was no way to follow her. She was released as the gray whales were making their way north to the colder Arctic waters. Hopefully, after learning their sounds, being taught to eat, and thriving so well at the park, she connected with the other whales and has been making the annual migration with them ever since. The story of JJ is truly one of the most incredible rescue and rehab stories in which SeaWorld and the world has been involved. The story of a little whale that taught us more than we could imagine, that taught us to believe in miracles. The story of a little whale that will leave her footprint on our hearts forever.
We've seen that things can happen at the hands of humans that may affect wildlife, like boating accidents with manatees and oil spills. We also know that some things are beyond our control, like weather events such as El Nino, and we understand that sometimes, well, nature just has a mind of her own, as seen with the stranding of animals like sea lions or whales. But even though we may not always be a part of the problem, we can be a part of the solution. On behalf of Anheuser-Busch Adventure Parks, this is Chuck Carreau thanking you for joining me in some of the world's most amazing animal rescues.
I hope you enjoyed your journey. And rest assured, as long as there are animals that need help, SeaWorld and Busch Gardens are committed to playing their part in rescue, rehabilitation, and release.
I'm Jennifer Pulley, and welcome to another edition of NASA 360. Today, we've got so many things lined up for you. We're going to talk about technology, we're going to talk about exploration, and we're going to talk about dinosaurs and how they're all related. But first, let's talk about where I'm standing. Get this, I'm standing inside a fort. That's right, and it's not just any fort. This is Jamestown Fort. It's the site of the first permanent English colony in what was then called the New World. Today, of course, we know it as America. Now think about this. From this starting point, people spread out all across the country and eventually populated the entire United States. So I guess we have to say that this landing spot's a pretty big deal in American history. Over time, though, the original fort that the English settlers built fell into disrepair. And believe it or not, for many years, it was lost to history. That all changed in 1996 when archaeologist Dr. Bill Kelso rediscovered the original fort. It began a whole new era of understanding what life was like for those first Jamestown settlers. For the first time, they had proof. Using old writings, drawings, and now a handy trowel for digging, Dr. Kelso and his team discovered where the old fort was, and they began excavating the artifacts. To date, he and his team have found over 1 million artifacts from the original fort, and they expect to find many more in the next few years. In a little while, we'll catch up with Dr. Kelso and dig a little deeper into the history of Jamestown. But first, do you know the difference between an archaeologist and a paleontologist? Well, let's see. They both dig in the ground looking for things from the past, right? Well, it's the type of things they're looking for that make them different. You see, archaeology is the science of understanding human cultures, while paleontology is the study of prehistoric life forms. So basically, then archaeologists spend their time trying to understand human history, while paleontologists generally look for fossils from before human history, like dinosaur bones. Got it? Luckily for archaeologists and paleontologists, tons of help is now coming from NASA. How? Well, one of the ways is through the use of remote sensing techniques. Remote sensing? Well, in the broadest sense, it's the use of a device to collect information without actually physically touching the object. Now, a great example of a remote sensing device we use every single day, our eyes. Think about it. You can detect objects around you without physically touching them. You simply use your detectors, or your eyes, to see the object, gather information about it. You're using remote sensing.
There are many forms of NASA-sponsored remote sensing devices that are being used to help in archaeology and paleontology. Like, for example, there's something called ground-penetrating radar. This unique type of radar system can actually see objects in the ground without anyone having to dig them up. By using this, in combination with aerial photography and historical documents, NASA can help give researchers a much better indication of where to dig, what to preserve, and what areas to avoid. Satellites are another type of remote sensing tool being used by NASA researchers to help archaeologists and paleontologists. In fact, NASA archaeologist Dr. Tom Seaver has been using satellite data to help us understand why the Mayan civilization in Guatemala collapsed and how current populations may be able to prevent future disaster. Let me try to break it down for you. Between the 3rd and 9th century, the Mayan civilization in Central America flourished. But after about the 9th century, they collapsed, leaving archaeologists few clues as to why this once mighty civilization disappeared. This is where NASA comes in. Our remote sensing satellites can detect even small changes within the electromagnetic spectrum. So sand, cultivated soil, vegetation, and rocks each have distinctive spectral signatures, which are easily distinguished from each other. So archaeologists can use info from the remote sensing satellites to quickly target specific areas of interest, then send teams to that area to validate the findings. Dr. Seaver and his team have already found several previously undiscovered sites and feel confident that they know where others are, thanks to NASA's remote sensing satellites. That is how NASA is helping researchers find old ruins. But remote sensing satellites are also helping us understand why the Mayan civilization may have disappeared. Today, the Patan rainforest in Guatemala is covered with trees and is not heavily populated. But it was not like this during the peak of the Mayan civilization. In fact, during that time, this region had a population of about 2,000 people per square mile. which is about the same as current-day Los Angeles. With a population that large, the Mayas had to farm huge areas of land. To do this, they employed a technique called slash and burn, which eventually destroyed virtually every tree for hundreds of miles. Computer models show that as the trees disappeared, so did the rain, which caused temperatures to increase by 5 to 6 degrees. All of these shifts may have caused malnutrition and disease, which in turn contributed to its collapse. This information is especially important for us today because slash and burn techniques are once again being used in the areas that were once Mayan strongholds. Understanding what happened to the Mayas may dissuade current generations of farmers from following the same destructive path. So, as you can see, NASA technology is being used for a lot more than just to help us in space. It's being used to help save lives back here on Earth, too.
Hey, in a little bit, we'll swing back out here to Jamestown to talk with Dr. Kelso. But first, let's head to North Dakota. Johnny Alonzo's there to see what a mummified dinosaur and NASA have in common. Hang on tight, you're watching NASA 360.
Hey, how's it going? Let me ask you something. Have you ever seen a real dinosaur? And I'm not talking about one of those dinosaurs you might see in the movies or even the skeletons in the museums. I'm talking about a real dinosaur with skin, muscle, and bones. Yeah, it might be hard nowadays considering the fact that dinosaurs lived, what, hundreds of millions of years ago. But what if I told you that researchers found a dinosaur just like that? Would you believe it? Well, if you said no, you better start believing. Because a few years ago, researchers found an actual mummified dinosaur that was still intact from the skin, to cartilage, to muscle. A mummified hadrosaur named Dakota is so unique in its discovery that it's changing what researchers thought they knew about dinosaurs. I rolled out to Bismarck, North Dakota to speak with my buddy Dr. John Hoganson about this amazing discovery and to find out how NASA is helping unearth more clues.
All right.
Oh, wow, are you kidding me?
Yeah, this is the...
this is so cool.
This is the tail section of the duckbill dinosaur called Dakota, and it's being prepared here at the North Dakota Geological Survey Preparation Laboratory here at the Heritage Center in Bismarck.
This is something else. Wow. So, Doc, how was this dinosaur found?
Well, this fossil was found in 1999 by Tyler Leeson down in Marmarth, North Dakota, which is in the southwest corner of the state. He was only a sophomore in high school at the time, but was out exploring for fossils actually on his uncle's property down in the Badlands. This is a hadrosaur called Edmontosaurus. That's a scientific name for this particular species of dinosaur. Hadrosaurs were duckbill dinosaurs. They were a group of dinosaurs that were referred to as duckbill dinosaurs because their snouts were compressed. And it's very similar to a modern duck.
So what is so unique about this fossil?
Well, you know, generally paleontologists, when we're out exploring for fossils, will only find individual bones or fragments of jaws or things like that. Okay. This particular dinosaur called Dakota is not only a complete skeleton, but it's very unique because the skin is actually preserved on this animal. So the entire skeleton appears to be wrapped in the skin that it was enclosed in. This is called a mummified dinosaur, but it's not a mummy in the sense of what we generally think about, like an Egyptian mummy that has been embalmed for preservation. The skin on this animal is actually preserved because it's been replaced by a mineral called siderite, which is an iron carbonate kind of mineral, which is very hard and has preserved the skin.
All right, so how did NASA get involved with this dinosaur discovery? Well, researchers needed a way to scan through all the layers of rock to see all the dinosaur, and since this thing weighs about 10 tons, they needed a really, really big scanner.
Well, you know, when we usually find these fossils in the field, we generally just find the bones, the skeletons, and it was determined early on during the excavation process that this particular dinosaur was covered in skin. So it was decided to take these skeleton blocks out still entombed in the rock. So big blocks of rocks were removed. And At that point, it was decided that the best technology to use to determine the position of the bones in the rock and the completeness of the skeleton was to use CAT scan technologies, and that's where NASA was asked if they could help with this. And it's been a very good approach, because with this tail block that we're working on right now, we, through the CAT scan technology, are able to know where the bones are before we actually start digging through the rock matrix.
Luckily for these guys, NASA operates the largest CT scanner in the world. Located at a Boeing facility in Canoga Park, California, this scanner's first priority is to inspect large space shuttle parts. Well, the task for Dakota was not all that different. So they loaded Dakota on a truck and shipped it off to California. When it arrived, the scanner was able to penetrate the dense iron carbonate that surrounded the dinosaur's tail section. And right away, researchers saw bones, tissue, and cartilage.
Well, since I've been a paleontologist, which has been a few years, there's been a lot of technological changes and advancements that have really helped the science. In addition to the CAT scan technology that we've been talking about here, there's a lot of remote sensing type of technologies that are available to us now, global position systems, mapping, LiDAR kinds of laser mapping, various other kinds of technologies that assist us in the field actually locating and positioning the fossil finds, because it's very important to us to know where in the rock column the fossil is found, and also, of course, the geographic position of the fossil. We also use CAT scans for determining the bone structures of skulls, and also the size of brain cases in skulls, fossil skulls that have been found. So technology is used extensively now in paleontology. We're preparing this for exhibit. The tail and one of the arms will be prepared and put on exhibit here at the North Dakota Heritage Center, which is open to the public. So we plan to have it here for quite some time if people are interested in coming and seeing it.
Good, absolutely. Well, Doctor, thank you so much for having us here at the North Dakota Heritage Center.
Really good to have you here.
Most definitely. Thank you. Hey, in a little bit, I'm going to tell you how NASA's bringing history to life on the Lewis and Clark Trail. So don't go anywhere. It's coming right up. You're watching NASA 360.
Okay, so the first English settlers landed here in Jamestown in 1607, but the first years, oh, they were rough. In fact, for many years, there was question as to whether this small fort would actually survive. There was starvation and a lot of sickness. But thanks to some local Indians and some resupply from England, this small little fort held on and it began to flourish. In fact, from 1612 to 1698, Jamestown was the capital of the whole country. That changed when a fire swept through the State House and it forced the capital to be moved to Williamsburg. Just a few years later, Jamestown was gone, both physically and in memory. Over the centuries, people believed that the old fort and all of its artifacts had actually washed away into the James River. But that all changed in 1994, when the Association for the Preservation of Virginia Antiquities, or for short, the APVA, commissioned an archaeological dig in the area where the original fort was thought to be. Why? Well, APVA lead archaeologist Dr. Bill Kelso believed the original fort had not been washed away at all. He had a hunch that he knew where to find the fort, and this old church had something to do with it.
The reason that I started digging where I did was that the church, there's a church tower here that's the only original above ground part of Jamestown, 17th century, and the church was originally in the midst of the fort. It was one of the records said this, so well, it ought to be around here somewhere, so starting near the church was the key. And it was an area that had never really been looked at before, ironically enough. It's high ground. It's really made sense now that we know where the fort is.
Can you walk me through the kind of the excavation process, the recording? We were talking a little bit about the technology, and then where do the artifacts go from there?
Well, artifacts are removed from their soil, and once we understand the context, we call it, where they're found, they're taken to a lab and they're washed, and then some of these, like these iron objects, would have to be conserved. Some things, probably 1 or 2% of what we have here will go on exhibit. We have a museum here, and there are other traveling exhibits and other things that we do just to tell the Jamestown story.
How are we going to do this? Oh my God!
It's all metal down to here. That's why it's lost together. That's Lord Delaware's. That comes over to Lord Delaware.
Dr. Kelso, how long have you been an archaeologist?
Well, I started probably 1607, something like that.
Wow,
45.
you look great.
Thank you very much.
Wait, over 400 years old. Gosh.
It's been a while, 45 years, I guess I would say. Yeah.
All right, so in that time, in those 45 years, tell me, what have you seen, what changes have you seen, technological advances?
Well, the
archaeology.
major technological advance, you would think that we would have invented X-ray vision, and we'd save a lot of digging.
Right.
But that hasn't happened. There are certain machines that can give you some reading below ground without digging, remote sensing. But what I think the breakthrough has been in recording, the record of archaeology, because archaeology, I think in the past, is something that's viewed as destructive. But now we have the technology through a GIS program that we can record almost in 3 dimensions, and we're close. And if you can record in 3 dimensions, then you can actually replicate the site again digitally, and re-look at it. That still doesn't replace just blood, sweat, and tears. I mean, it's just down, it's digging, it's stooping, it's using our main instrument here is just this small shovel, and it takes a long time to dig out a hole like this with something like this. And but we have to do that so that we don't disturb artifacts.
So tell me about some of the amazing things you've found.
Well, we've found over 1 million artifacts in this project, but there are certain things that really do stand out.
One of those things that stands out is a lead luggage tag with its destination stamped on it, Jamestown. This tag made the long journey from England to the New World on a wooden ship, then was discarded into the bottom of a well. After its rediscovery, 400 years later, it would again be making a long trip, this time into space. To help celebrate the 400th anniversary of Jamestown, this lowly luggage tag was placed aboard the space shuttle Atlantis, where it traveled nearly 6 million miles around the Earth. After the space flight was over, the tag was returned to Jamestown, where it went back on display in the Jamestown Archaearium with other artifacts from the old fort.
I think it really highlights the sort of age-old exploration process that in 1607, you had to get the vehicles, you had to raise the money, you had to get the political things in order, the charter to come to Virginia, and dress appropriately with armor and closed helmets, and because it was an alien environment, you had to put some kind of it is almost like a space station, here, or an outpost to begin to explore an unknown environment in Virginia,
And NASA's continuing to do that.
Right, and here's the colonization of the moon, and what are the problems? Well, you got to get there, you got to have the right vehicles. What do you take with you? How do you survive in this alien environment? You put an artificial surface around you, and you dress appropriately. So it's really an age-old thing, this whole psychological need to explore, spiritual need to explore, I think, is still today just as it was at the time of Jamestown.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about this correlation between the early explorers, yourself, your explorer, and then the future explorers.
Well, I'm kind of an explorer of explorers, the original explorers. I mean, we're trying to figure out what it was like to explore and to discover, and our project's called Jamestown Rediscovery. We're not discovering Jamestown, we're rediscovering it. And a good example is this space here, that this was used as a laboratory to study the minerals and the iron ore of this new land, to see if it could be profitable to come here.
Right.
So I think that's very similar to what I've read about explorations, especially on Mars. They send out vehicles and they do drilling and they look at the materials, and that's what was going on here. And so this space was where I'm sure the people that you heard of before, Captain John Smith walked around here. Maybe Pocahontas checking out the blacksmith shop.
That is so cool. What an amazing job you have.
Well, that's the payoff is to feel the place, to walk the places, to be in the places where these historical events happened. So then the events take on much more meaning than if you just read them in textbooks.
Earlier, Dr. Kelso mentioned the similarities between the 1607 Jamestown explorers and NASA's future space explorers. What about all the explorers in between? Guys like Daniel Boone, Neil Armstrong come to mind, as well as many countless others who have helped broaden our knowledge through exploration. Perhaps two of the most famous names in American exploration history are Lewis and Clark. You ever heard of them? They blazed a trail through the American West, mapping out their path as they went. So what do you think? Did NASA have anything to do with the Lewis and Clark expedition? Well, not the original trip, but NASA is helping out now. Johnny Alonzo will tell you all about it.
All right, so we've seen a lot today how NASA's helping archaeologists and paleontologists through remote sensing. These remote sensing devices have helped us unearth some really cool findings in places like Cambodia, Central America, and the American Southwest. And they've also helped along one of the most famous trails in American history, the Lewis and Clark Trail. To find out how NASA helped map this 200-year-old trail, I rolled up to Fort Manda, North Dakota, to where Lewis and Clark spent their first winter. Before we get into NASA's involvement, let's go back a few hundred years at the beginning of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Back in 1804, when the expedition began, we knew almost nothing about what was to the west of St. Louis. So President Thomas Jefferson commissioned Meriwether Lewis and William Clark to lead an expedition west to find the first all-water route to the Pacific Ocean. This was an epic journey, taking several years and 3,700 miles to complete. During this trip, they collected samples of plants and animals, met many of the different Indian tribes of the West, and brought back detailed data about the route that they had taken. But even though they brought back some pretty good maps and data, they still weren't 100% accurate. That's because most of these journals weren't written right away, or they were written after a hard day's travel. And many of the entries contained geographical inaccuracies. So, this is where NASA comes in. Researchers from NASA Stennis Space Center took the maps of Lewis and Clark and combined them with high-resolution images taken from satellites and aircraft. They created maps with a 360-degree view of an area where the explorers traveled. From that view, archaeologists could follow the trails as if they were flying over the actual landscape in real time and in any direction or angle they chose. Researchers pored over these maps looking for telltale signs of human disturbances unique to the Lewis and Clark expedition. With this technique, archaeologists were able to narrow down some of the possible sites from many miles to a few acres. This information is helping to find Lewis and Clark artifacts that provide a clearer understanding of the expedition and what the lives of those early explorers had been like. And don't forget, NASA has a new generation of explorers too, that'll soon be going back to the moon and on to Mars. So in the future, when we talk about great explorers, there's no doubt that NASA's astronauts will be on the list. It's amazing, isn't it? Just when you thought you knew everything about NASA, we throw something else at you. So as you can see, NASA is not only trying to help shape our future, it's also making the past clearer. But that's it for this episode. For Jennifer Pulley, I'm Johnny Alonzo. I'll catch you next time on NASA 360. Dinosaur. That's right, we're still in. These remote sensing devices have helped us on. Two.
Why? Well, APVA lead archaeologist Dr. Bill Kelso believed he thought.
To find out how NASA helped. Two. That's right, a mummified hadrosaur named Dakota.
Let's head out to North Dakota. Johnny Alonzo is learning how NASA technology was used to unearth some really cool, really unique guys like Daniel Boone and Neil Armstrong may come to mind, as well as many countless Dr.
I rolled out to Fort Manda, North Dakota. Damn, that was it. That was it. I'll say it right this time.
Welcome to the LaVergne Library Board, May 8th, 2023. I call this meeting to order. We do have a quorum. Our first order of business is to approve minutes for March 13th of 2023.
Make a motion to accept as submitted.
Second. All right, so moved. All right, so our spring highlights. Oh, sorry. Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, so moving on correctly now. Our spring highlights. The library had a very successful Easter egg drive-through on April 1st, 2023. They gave away 720 half-pound chocolate bunnies. Wow.
Oh, wow.
I know. That's awesome. Thank you to LHS Project Lit on April 29th of 2023. There were 3 local authors, Whitney White, Angela Sutton, and Chris Stedman. The students offered arts and crafts, a puppet show, and book readings. It was a good day for the high school students to interact with the library patronage. There has been a great response to our book clubs. Upcoming dates, so mark your calendars. Better Off Read Book Club will be Monday, May 15th at 5:30 p.m. They will be reading The Last Thing He Told Me by Laura Dave. And then the Page Turners Book Club will meet Saturday, May 20th at 10:30 a.m. and they are reading The Midnight Library by Matt Haig. For our upcoming programs and events, Ms. Donna, would you like to walk us through those?
Sure, I'd be happy to. One of the first ones will be our Block Party Touch-a-Track. You have probably seen these wonderful flyers and posters around town. It's great. We're looking forward to it. The library will have a tent there. All sorts of things will be happening. It's from 11 a.m. until 4 p.m. There will be vendors, activities, food trucks. The library will have some prize giveaways, some fun games, and we will also be giving away a flyer for our upcoming summer reading program. And we are full. We really have filled up the 6 weeks tremendously. So I'm looking forward to sending that out to you guys. We should be finished up with that by Thursday of this week, and I will email it to you so you will be the first ones to receive it before we even get it out to our patrons. So we have a great summer coming up. Hobo Road Band will be coming back, and they're called We're Back and We're Going Country. That will be in the library gallery, and that's Saturday, May 13th from 1 to 2 p.m. This will be their 3rd time with us, and the last time that they were there, pretty much it had doubled in attendance. So we're excited about that people are enjoying the music in the library. Summer Reading 2023 kickoff is going to be happening on Saturday, June 3rd. Our theme this year is All Together Now. A great theme. We're going to be talking about kindness, holding each other up, being united, just all sorts of fun things that incorporate all those great characters that we can have. It will be from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. for the kickoff. We're going to do Pick Up Your Summer Reading Bag, bounce house, inflatable slide, hot dogs and chips, face painting, and there'll be fun games for all. Of course, you can sign up and pick up your library reading bag throughout the whole 6 weeks, and that will be great. So if you don't get to make it on June 3rd, then you can come another day, and that will be just absolutely fun.
That sounds like a lot of fun. All right, so our May, June, and July closures. For Memorial Day weekend, the library will be closed on Saturday, May 27th, and on Monday, May 29th. For Juneteenth, we will be closed on Monday, June 19th. And then for Independence Day, we'll be closed on Tuesday, July 4th. All right, next item on the agenda, bylaws of the library board. We're going to review bylaws for discussion and revision at the July 10th library board meeting. Would you like to speak to anything on that, Ms. Donna?
I would like to speak to this for just a moment. The mayor asked me for the bylaws. I believe it was last meeting, and as I looked them up, And I believe this is the last time that the bylaws had been updated. If you will look at the very back of that packet, it was adopted in November 16, 1987.
Wow.
And it was amended March 17, 1988. So we are ready for a little bit of update to our bylaws. So I would love for you all to look over carefully, and I'm doing the same thing. So as the mayor, I'll be talking to Bruce, our city administrator. There are a lot of things that need to be revised, a lot of things that no longer pertain to our library. So if you get an opportunity, please read through them, make notes, and then pretty much on July 10th, that will be our discussion of how we need to go about with our bylaws. And Mayor, I'd like for you to put in any comments that you feel necessary.
Well, this just goes along with all the other items we've been updating over the last 4 years. Philip, I would ask if you'd also have a look through these, make sure that we're compliant with state law, because I know that's changed a little bit since 1988. So,
yeah, we'll do.
Thank you.
One of the major changes have been the term limits. So I know that's something that we're really going to have to look at. That has been changed within the last 5 years, I believe. So we definitely want to look at the term limits. And we are no longer with the regional libraries, so that will be taken out. But there's some things that I know should be put in. And I look for you all to help me out with these. And
Now, are
Mayor?
these available online for the public to also give input?
Do you think at this time, or wait until we get them revised?
I would say, my thought would be do similar to what we're doing with the zoning ordinance, us put it together, and then put that draft out.
Okay.
Yes.
And let the public weigh in with changes.
Okay.
Sounds good.
I was going to say the same thing.
Great minds.
This will keep from getting calls to the library to ask, so excellent.
But I think that's a great idea. Let's get our rough draft and get some of the language out that, of course, we know that we're no longer going to use, and go from there.
All right, thank you. All right, our library board schedule for 2023. Next meeting will be July 10th, and then we have September 11th and November 13th. And of course, our next one's Monday, July 10th at 5 p.m. Are there any comments from any of our board members?
I have a quick comment. I mentioned before the meeting, but I wanted to share with citizens and other board members as well. I don't know how many of you are familiar with Leadership Rutherford that is run by the Chamber. I'm about to graduate next month, and I'm very proud about it. It's been a fantastic experience.
Congratulations.
And wanted to recommend the program to everybody else. Applications are open through the end of the month. If you have any questions, feel free to email me, call me, reach out. Happy to answer any, but it's a wonderful experience and a great investment of time for leadership and service in our community.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
2 questions I've got. One would be a request to the board, but the library's Facebook page has a bunch of different events on that. If you would please share that out to all of your friends on social media, invite people. That just helps with their attendance numbers, which I know we're working to drive up. We hear about them every month. The other one, and we may have time, it just depends on how quickly we can go with this, but any thoughts on, for the summer reading, I take it you have some kind of graphic already for that?
Yes.
Seeing if Rutherford County schools would approve that.
Yes.
And if so, if we can get little flyers printed out and all the students wind up taking them home before the end of the school.
Right.
That just would drive your attendance for this.
And we're on top of it. We are planning on getting the flyers out to the school on the 18th of this month. It will be turned in to the city, the county school's attorney. I have her name and email and everything. We've done this before, and we'll get it approved, and then we'll be counting out flyers. And then Danny and Sherry will be driving around to take all of those flyers on the 18th. So that always helps tremendously. We had not done that in the past 2 years because of COVID and a little bit of this going on, but this year we're ready to get back to get that word out. But yes, sir, that is a great, great idea. And we've got it on our radar.
Are there any like signs, little yard signs or anything like that? The reason I ask, I don't have children, but I live in a neighborhood full of them, and I'd be happy to put something in my yard if there's anything.
We have not thought of that before. Is that doable, Mayor?
Yeah, it's corrugated board. It's the same as any political sign. I mean, you just need to have them created, and there's places,
Okay.
Staples does them, different places do them. It's all based on volume, but yes, it's doable to have those. It's just you only have so much space on all of those to put information.
It's perfect. That's a great idea.
I had a question about the flyers going into the schools. Are you only putting them in LaVergne schools?
We do LaVergne schools, and then we also do Cedar Grove because so many of our LaVergne children go to Cedar Grove. But we do Rock Springs, Cedar Grove, Roy Waldron, and I know the primary is now with Roy Waldron.
Yes.
We do the middle school. We have not done the high school. That may be something that we can think about doing this year.
Okay, because we live in LaVergne, obviously, but
Uh-huh.
my children go to a school in Smyrna because that's what we're zoned for. So that
Okay.
would be another one to add to the list.
And which is the name?
David Urey Elementary.
David Urey,
David Urey.
okay.
Yes. We have a lot of LaVergne kids in David Urey.
And I would say Rock Springs Middle as well.
Yes, yes, LaVergne Middle and Rock Springs Middle, and then Rock Springs Elementary.
Any other
And Cedar
comments?
Grove, like I said, usually we stop by there.
Right.
Didn't think about David Urey.
Yeah, when they did that rezoning a couple of years ago, we've got
Okay.
a lot of LaVergne kids in David Urey now, so.
So when I do send the letter and the flyer to have it approved, I'll make sure that I put David Urey on there.
And if you
we'll-
need any help with that one, I'm the vice president of the PTO, so I can get
Awesome.
him in there for you.
Okay, great.
No problem.
Thank you.
Save him a stop on there.
Okay, appreciate that. This is great. The more we can get the word out, the better.
All right, any other comments or questions? I just want to say thank you, Ms. Donna, to you and your staff for all the
Oh,
amazing things that
welcome.
you do. It is just such a bright spot in our community with all the things that you do in the library. So thank you for that.
You are
And I want to
welcome.
remind everyone who is tuning in and listening to remember to read, read, read. The more that you read, the more that you know, the more that you grow, and all the great things happen. So if there's nothing else that someone would like to add, I am going to call this meeting adjourned.
Coming up on this edition of Out of the Blue from Middle Tennessee State University, we celebrate the national competition victory of one of our outstanding students in the Department of Chemistry and talk about the valuable research opportunities MTSU affords its undergraduates. We catch up with the director of the Center for Educational Media at MTSU and talk about how it supports the work of our difference makers in the College of Education. And we meet the chair of the Department of World Languages, Literatures, and Cultures and talk about the community of scholars within this important program in the College of Liberal Arts. I'm Andrew Ottman, and this is Out of the Blue. Welcome to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. MTSU offers students plentiful opportunities in undergraduate research, especially in the College of Basic and Applied Sciences. And one of those opportunities paid off big for a biochemistry student who recently won a national research competition with ties to the renowned Mayo Clinic. Joining me is Dr. Kevin Bicker from the Department of Chemistry and Jana Abu-Rama, a student in Dr. Becker's lab. Kevin and Jana, welcome to the program.
Great to be here.
We've got a lot to cover, not a lot of time. Let's start at the very beginning. Let's talk about your laboratory and how you attract some of the best students to work as researchers.
Sure. So my lab focuses on the development of molecules called peptoids as antimicrobial agents. Jana was a student of mine in honors organic chemistry, a class I teach. And so then I brought her into my lab, and she's been working there for the past couple of years.
And we've got big news to break here. You received a national research competition victory. Really cool, really outstanding. Let's talk a little bit about what you presented and what you were recognized with.
So I do work in Dr. Vicker's lab, and so I had the opportunity of presenting my research at the National Conference of Undergraduate Research in Eau Claire, Wisconsin, and there was a pre-conference competition I could apply for, and it was the Mayo Clinic Health System Social Determinants of Health Challenge. So I applied to it. They picked 20 students nationally. I was one of those, the only one from the state of Tennessee. And then they split us up into 4 groups of 5 students, and we kind of worked together. We were all given a challenge, just spur of the moment. Nobody even knew what was going on or what the challenge was about. That was kind of what they were going for, is just to put us on the spot in an environment we didn't know. Each group was assigned a county. We were assigned Clark County from Wisconsin. And from there, we had to solve one of the major health issues currently in that county. So ours was mental health. So how are we going to solve that? We had to look up a lot of different things, speak to people. We only had 2 hours to do it, and my team won.
Came out victorious. How did your work in the laboratory here at MTSU, how did it prepare you for that kind of challenge?
Well, in Dr. Bicker's lab, we work as a team. So everybody kind of works with each other. We have different projects, but we help out a lot where we can. And so I was already accustomed to working as a team. When things don't work out in the lab, and that happens more often than I would like to say, but you know, you have to figure out how we're going to solve this issue. You have to think critically, think outside the box. All of those tools kind of applied. Although I wasn't in the lab with this competition, a lot of the things I learned working in the lab and perseverance and things like that helped me work with my team to solve this mental health issue that we were given.
Wow, what a great story, and what a great example that I know you hold up as the type of work you can do in your laboratory, but not just with you, but probably all of your professor colleagues in the Department of Chemistry.
Yeah, so undergraduate research across campus, including our department and college, focuses not on just developing the technical skills that are going to benefit students at the next stage of their career, but also a lot of the soft skills like time management, critical thinking, problem solving in the moment, working through difficult circumstances and working in teams. These are the sorts of things that are more difficult to teach in a classroom setting, but are pretty easy to cover within a research setting.
I know this sounds obvious, but I'd like folks to hear it from you. Why is it important, and why is it an advantage at MTSU to be an undergraduate in that kind of research environment?
Yeah, so in addition to some of the technical and soft skills that you build, there are networking opportunities to practice your scientific communication. My students are presenting their research every week, or other people's research. And then specifically at MTSU, we have such good mentor-mentee relationships. Undergraduate research is a prime focus at MTSU, and so our students get opportunities here that they don't necessarily get at other larger research institutions.
Wow. You are about to graduate in December. Congratulations, biochemistry, right?
Yes.
So how did you come to select MTSU, and how important was the research component in making that choice?
Well, I knew I wanted to get involved in research. I want to go into medicine one day, but I was like, okay, I just want to make sure that's definitely what I want to do. I want to see everything I can. I want to see the behind the scenes. Like, drugs have to be developed for physicians to administer them. I wanted to kind of see what happens in a lab, and I wanted to get that experience. I thought it would teach me a lot, and it really has. And so MTSU was one of the major schools in Tennessee that was going to allow me to be able to do so many conferences and traveling and give me lots of opportunities. And I knew people that had previously gone here, and so hearing their relationships and the things that they've been able to do, I wanted to be able to do that for myself as well. So I was really wanting to go here.
Now that you're a graduating senior, because we're entering those final months here at MTSU, looking back, what are your fondest memories? I know this has to be one of them, but what are some other things, if you were talking to another student, man, this really made the difference for me at MTSU?
I think having smaller class sizes with the Honors College, I was able to be closer to my professors, and that's how I was able to be in Dr. Vickers' Honors Organic class, and I had the opportunity of being in his research lab. And I've traveled a lot, and I love to travel, and I've got to share what I love to do, and I'm enthusiastic about it. It's great to be able to go places and present things that you're passionate about, and people listen and make a difference.
Wow.
And that's one of the best things I've been able to do here.
Well, Jana, congratulations on your honor. Kevin, thanks for all the great work you do here at MTSU.
Sure.
And we'll be right back.
We do it. The stars come to Middle Tennessee State University, and students come here to become stars no matter what they pursue. We do it. We're the only college of media and entertainment in the world, just outside the heart of Nashville.
Look, mic check, 1, 2, everybody listen. When you do it like this, ain't no competition. I'm talking B.I.G., VIP. Treat them like a front row seat and make them pay attention. If I shoot for the 3, then I ain't never missing. Cranking up the degrees like I was in the kitchen. Can't lose, got too much to prove. And when you do it all, it gets too hard to do it.
Our curriculum and facilities are cutting edge, and our relationships with industry leaders give students an edge over the competition. Check it out. You can get real-world experience with degrees in recording industry, media arts, journalism and strategic media, and more. Media and entertainment at Middle Tennessee State University. Learn to shine.
I am True Blue.
As a member of this diverse community,
I am a valuable contributor
to its progress and success.
I am engaged in the life of this community.
I'm a recipient
and a giver.
I am a listener and a speaker.
I am honest in word and deed.
I'm committed to reason, not violence.
I am a learner.
Now and forever.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
True Blue.
Do you want more from your college experience? At Middle Tennessee State University, that's exactly what you get. More majors, more opportunities, more guaranteed scholarships. Up to $32,000 over 4 years. MTSU, Tennessee's University of Opportunities.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. Each year, our partners with MTSU's Center for Educational Media come to visit us with news about the services provided to the campus and K-12 educators throughout the state of Tennessee. This is already a busy summer for the center, and here to tell us all about it is its director, Dr. Laura Clark. Laura, welcome to the Center for Educational Media. I say that because this is your center. We are actually in your studio. Welcome back to the show.
Thank you. So happy to be here.
We've got a great partnership between Out of the Blue and the center. We appreciate everything you've done for this program. But we're going to not talk about that. We're going to talk about everything you're doing for the state of Tennessee and the wonderful teachers who rely upon the center as a resource for so many things. So let's talk first about the Center for Educational Media. Describe its mission, what you accomplish.
The Center for Educational Media has been established for quite some time on campus, and it's evolved over the years into what we are now, which is a center first that serves the College of Education and the work of education in the state of Tennessee, and campus functions as well, but our primary function is serving COE. We do media production on site, we do it virtually. We are a professional development center and event center, but we're primarily a supporter of the work of educators through media.
You know, the center is really a large physical center. I don't think everybody truly understands how many events you put forth and the variety of those events. Can you talk a little bit about that?
So we have events that are large on-site events. We serve professional organizations statewide who will hold conferences here. We serve the Tennessee Department of Education. We serve regional organizations, but again, the common thread is if they are supporting the work of K-12 education, they have a place to come here. The MTSU Center for the Study and Treatment of Dyslexia is one of our best partners, and they are leaders in the state and nationally in research on dyslexia and to offer professional development to teachers of all classes to understand how do we help children with dyslexia. We've had a real growth in the last year of partnering with the Tennessee Department of Education. And a recent event that we had was a Tennessee Mental Health Collaborative. For a full day in our Professional Development Center, we had school counselors, school psychologists, social workers, administrators coming to learn how do we address issues like trauma-informed instruction, adverse childhood experiences, and how do we understand that and take it back to support these vulnerable children in our schools.
The College of Education talks about how its faculty and its students and alumni are difference makers.
Yes.
I think everything you've just described illustrates that. How does the center feed into that?
Teachers are the ones that can bring ideas to children, can bring new learning, can bring confidence. We work with non-traditional people, and who are those? Those are the people who graduate from college, go out into the work world, and decide they want to come back to become school counselors, to earn further licensure in ESL, to earn a doctorate to go into administration, to earn a doctorate to go into higher education. So it's a dual level of difference making. Difference making captures the essence of what education does. It gives new choices.
We've got a busy summer. We're already in the middle of a busy summer. You've already had some great events in May, and you've got a few on the horizon. Let's talk about the one that happened in May.
So we had just a great event in May, the ELL Spring Collaborative. We had 200 plus we had engaged with that event. People coming from rural counties, suburban counties, urban counties to come into our center to hear how can we help our kids who are learning English.
That's terrific, and I think you told me almost 50 school districts represented at this program,
yes,
which is just fantastic. And what a great collaborative, Murfreesboro City Schools, Department of Education, and others as well. So let's look forward. Then you've also got some things happening in July. 3 back-to-back collaboratives coming up. Let's talk about those.
These are all part of our large initiative called the PK-12 Collaborative. So on July 6th and 7th, we have the ELL Collaborative Summer Academy. We will have a 2-day academy this year. The first day will be focused on content that is framed for teachers in the classroom, and the second day will be content framed for administrators to support the teachers of English learners. The following week, on July 13th, we will have the School Counselors Collaborative, and we will bring in school counselor, school psychologists, social workers. It's an interesting array of professionals that work in school counseling. And then we will wrap up the month of July on July 20th with the SPED Collaborative Summer Academy. And in this one is where we bring together those very wonderful, strong, resilient teachers who work with special needs children in special education. You have children with unidentified needs that teachers have to understand. You have children with profound needs. You have children with intellectual needs, with physical needs, and special education covers all of that. And you can get more information to register at our website, which is mtsu.edu/CEM.
For Center for Educational Media.
That's right. The topics that we cover in our summer academies and in every one of our collaborative sessions are topics that are requested by teachers, and they nominate practitioners. I believe that this approach offers authentic, relevant material to teachers because it's what they've asked us for, and it is who they have told us does it well.
Dr. Clark, this is going to be a tough one because there's so many events, so many partnerships, so many opportunities that the center puts forward. It'll be difficult to choose, but I'm going to ask you to do so. What are the things that you're most proud of looking back at everything the center does?
What I am most proud of is the team of people here are uniquely qualified with our engineering team, with our production team, to support the work of education in a way that I haven't found it to be done across this state in quite this way. Secondly, what I'm proud of, what we give to teachers is what they've asked for. We are a very responsive kind of program. Teachers need all the help they can get, and when they feel that they are being listened to and honored and respected and their needs are being met, I am happy to use the unique resources we have here to deliver that to teachers and to give them all the help we can give.
Dr. Laura Clark, the director of the Center for Educational Media, who brings us this studio, who helps us program, but also serving every corner of the state of Tennessee, making a difference online, in person. Thank you for everything you do.
Thank you, Andrew.
And we'll be right back.
I am True Blue.
As a member of this diverse community,
I am a valuable contributor
to its progress and success.
I am engaged in the life of this community.
I'm a recipient and a giver.
I am a listener and a speaker.
I am honest in word and deed.
I'm committed to reason, not violence.
I am a learner.
Now and forever.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
True blue.
Do you want more from your college experience? At Middle Tennessee State University, that's exactly what you get. More majors, more opportunities, more guaranteed scholarships. Up to $32,000 over 4 years. MTSU, Tennessee's University of Opportunities.
The Jennings A. Jones College of Business at Middle Tennessee State University is the #1 producer of business talent in the greater Nashville area. Our nationally ranked programs and state-of-the-art facilities offer a world-class education at an affordable price. The exclusive partnership of Jones College with Dale Carnegie Training Worldwide equips our graduates with the soft skills they need to succeed. Jones College of Business. It delivers an education for the real world.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. The Department of World Languages, Literatures, and Cultures and the College of Liberal Arts continues to shine, providing opportunities for students seeking additional language skills as a way to bolster their workforce prospects. Here to tell us all about it is the chair of the department, Dr. Olaf Bervold. Olaf, welcome to the program.
Thank you so much for having me.
Your first time on Out of the Blue?
Yes.
Almost at the end of your first year at MTSU. Congratulations. I was hoping you could tell our viewers a little bit about your program, World Languages, Literatures, and Cultures. Talk about the educational opportunities you offer students and some of your pride points.
Our major offers concentrations in various languages. So you can major focusing on French Francophone studies, German, Japanese, Spanish, and we have a new major concentration that's called the Applied Languages major. It's easily combinable with many courses of study. It's a bit accelerated, so it's a very flexible new offering.
Wow.
We also offer a Master's in Teaching World Languages. So we have our own difference makers for the state of Tennessee here. And we are glad to help students, regardless how they want to combine their majors. Of course, we offer strong majors, but students who major in all kinds of disciplines should think about, and many of them do, combining it with all kinds of career paths and other majors, because employers are searching for students who stand out. And being proficient in a world language and having honed their intercultural skills, their creative courage to find their voice in other languages, these are career boosting qualities that you bring to the table as an applicant. So often employers tell us that, and business leaders, that they're looking for students who stand out, and they know that for this job market realities, we need students who are resilient, who are creative, think outside of any box, and are also enjoying dealing with difficult, complex situations that are not always definable right away. And by enjoying to embrace pronouncing or singing a song, embracing a poem, exploring food comparisons, and discussing social issues worldwide in a comparative way, being critical thinkers, creative colleagues with their students, having all these team skills when they work on projects in small groups. This is what prepares them brilliantly for all kinds of careers.
That's fantastic. And I want to touch on a couple of the things that you mentioned, because I really would love to underscore those things. It sounds like your department really works very cooperatively with students who want to maybe double major in a language, but also augment that to another skill. So that's something you're very accustomed to, correct?
Yes, definitely. We also, of course, assert ourselves being a movement in itself, So we have fantastic students. I really, having taught at many institutions, private and public, I feel absolutely at home here. Students, many of them first generation, just as I was, and just so creative, so committed.
Right.
So there's nothing more joyful than reading their essays or watching the videos they produced or the song in our classes. So, and the way they collaborate and support each other. So the students and the way they respond to our class. I recently read all the student evaluations of all our department's classes, and being a German, I'm not prone to praising all the time. But my dear colleagues here are such a world-class team. Their students are so excited about their classes, so they all deserve the praise. So it should be taken really at face value. We have a wonderful team of global faculty who are great researchers and dedicate their lives to being passionate educators. So I'm really proud to serve that team.
That is absolutely remarkable, and I love hearing the passion of not only the work by your faculty, but also by your students. It sounds like you're really building a great community, a very diverse community, a community of scholars and learners who are really devoted to helping students get this kind of education. Why is it important in this, I suppose the question is almost going to be part of the answers, in this global economy, why is it important to have strong language skills? How does that advance me if I'm looking to find opportunities in the workplace?
The global job market, many organizations that our students will work for are globally active. And even, many of our students also want to stay in this beautiful state. And so many employers and also so many fellow citizens are from all over the world. Japanese companies alone, they invest billions of dollars every year into the Tennessee economy. So no wonder then that Japanese is one of our strongest growing major concentrations. We connect them with internships and we are building more on that for all the other languages as well. The business community is very receptive to what we're doing, so there's so much potential to to further build on existing ties, and I'm excited, starting very soon, also to visit those partners and to have strong, to contribute to a very vibrant ecosystem that will benefit our students.
Olaf, fantastic to hear you talk about all the great things that your department's doing and all your pride in their accomplishments. Thank you for joining us on the show.
A real pleasure. Thank you.
And this does wrap up another edition of Out of the Blue. A reminder, you can find news about the campus 24 hours a day by going to our website, mtsunews.com. You can also find additional special content on our social media platforms, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. Broadcasting from the Center for Educational Media, I'm Andrew Ottman. Stay safe, stay on course, and remain true blue.
award-winning Tennessee Wildcast is on the air with the latest on hunting, fishing, boating, wildlife watching, and all things outdoors. Make welcome your host, drummer and outdoor expert novice, Jason Harmon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this edition of Tennessee Wildcast. Thanks for listening. Thanks for watching. Thanks for being with us. We got a fun show for you today. Don's helping me co-host.
You bet. Thanks, Jason, for the invitation. And hey, as usual, we'll start off with a little shout out to a radio partner. How about that?
Let's do it.
93.9 The Duck. 93.9theduck.com. You can go there and find out about their programming, but Tullahoma, Shelbyville area, they cover that whole area down there, and a lot of sports and outdoor sports as well with Tennessee Wildcast.
Yeah, that's a great station. We love it down there.
7 a.m. on Saturdays.
Yeah, I've heard good things about it. Good report on the listeners in that area. So that's great. Our numbers are growing with the radio stations. We're from east to west, Bristol to Memphis. You can find us out there on the FM dial and the AM dial. So
yes,
appreciate everybody listening there, and also listening on the podcast. Follow us, like us, share us on your favorite podcasting platform, and follow us on social media: YouTube, Facebook, Instagram. And Twitter.
Just a little bit of a tease. We've got some new information about some new stations as well as some current TV stations carrying Wildcast that we'll be sharing a little bit later in the show. So stick around.
Yeah, this is a show you don't want to miss. If you got to leave us, come back and find us on the podcasting app so you can tune in. Because today is all about the top 10 summertime activities for kids, according to Don and myself.
We have consulted with ourselves and come up with a pretty good list. Hey, you've got current small kids, and I had a small kid. She's 34 now, but we did a lot of these things when she was growing up, and I'm sure you have experienced a lot of these probably last weekend.
Yeah, we do just about every one of these when we can, and have fun outside. And we just thought, the summertime's rolling around. Kids are going to be out of school. What can they get into? What can families get into? And
that's right. Parents are always looking for something to entertain the kids, and get them out, get them off the screens, get them away from the TV and all that kind of stuff, and enjoy the outdoors.
Exactly. Well, you want to jump into it?
Yeah.
You ready for number one?
Sure.
All right. Number one on our list is free fishing events and fishing for kids, the TWR lakes, all kinds of opportunities for fishing this time of year.
Oh, man, I know it. I know. Free, of course, every year, Free Fishing Day rolls around the first Saturday in June after the first Monday. So it's not exactly every time the first Saturday rolls around, but the first Saturday after the first Monday, just keep that in mind, that Free Fishing Day, and nobody needs a license on that particular day to go fishing. So anyway, parents can do it with the kids, and that's a good thing.
That's a big day for Tennessee for families. So go to GoOutdoorsTennessee.com, click on the events tab, and you can find all those events that are happening on June 10th this year.
Right.
And then while you're browsing the web, hit tnwildlife.org, and you can go to Where to Fish page and find our family lakes, our community lakes, our reservoirs, and things like that.
And hopefully, if you get out and get a little bit of a taste of it on Free Fishing Day, a lot of times the kids will be, no pun intended, well, pun intended, hooked, So
there you go.
Says, hey, Mom, hey, Dad, when can we go fishing again? And hey, it's a long summer. Well, it seems shorter than it used to be.
Shorter than it used to be.
We were in school, but anyway, there's a lot of opportunities. Like you said, the TWRA fishing lakes, and one of my favorites is maybe you got a favorite you can pick out. But,
okay, I'll be thinking.
Williamsport Lakes down around Columbia. It's I think 5 different lakes you got a choice of, and one of them you just have to take. If you have a kid with you, you can fish that lake, but you have to have a kid with you. I used to take my daughter Katie down there, and we'd rent a paddle boat for the day and get out, paddle around, and just have a big time. First time, I think I kind of had to drag her kicking and screaming. What are we going to do? And then from then on, it was always her idea. But anyway, that's one of my favorite places. And close to Nashville area, there's Marrowbone Lake.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You might have been out there.
I've not had a chance to visit that one. One that came to mind right off was Lake Graham there behind Region 1.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's an awesome lake.
It's a beautiful spot there. We've done a wildcast out there on that lake.
Yes.
Years ago when Doug was with us. So, but yeah, there's a lot of opportunities for fishing in Tennessee, whether it's the reservoir or the TWRA lakes, and just find you one. Find you one and go.
And we stock a lot of the community lakes in the communities that are around. You know, not just with trout, but we do the winter trout stocking, of course, but stock other bodies of water as well.
Yep. Yep.
Where can they find out about that?
tnwildlife.org.
There you go.
That's it. That's it. All right. Well, Don, what do you think here? You want to go to number 2?
Sure. Let's do it.
All right. Number 2 on Don and Jason's list. Take a hunter education class.
Yes, great idea.
Yeah, this is a good time of year. Now, you can do it in front of a screen or you can do it in person, but this is a good time of year to take hunter ed. Get that under your belt. You'll be ready for the next deer season and ready for any other opportunities that roll around to get out there and do some hunting. So, tnwildlife.org, you click on the drop-down menu. Well, actually, it's on the homepage, but you can click hunting and get there that way too on the drop down. But click that button on the homepage that says Take Hunter Ed or Hunter Education, and you got the online option there, and you got the in-person option.
Yeah, yeah, and I would tout the live version of Hunter Ed. Kind of go old school, you know, where you go out and get hands on and really hear from the instructor right there in front of you, and you know, do your live fire for the ones that are doing that at the end of the class, and it's just really good. You know, I can't think of Hunter Ed and not think of Dave Woodward, who is one of the implementers that really got the program going. He and Ed Carter, I believe, had a lot to do at the very beginnings of hunter education in the early 70s, and left quite a legacy, you know, with the hunter education. And hey, and also, just a sidelight, if it weren't for hunter education and one of our great instructors, I don't think you would have ever ended up with an internship at TWRA.
That's right, yeah. A good friend of mine and teacher growing up.
Cheryl Roberts.
Cheryl Roberts introduced me to Mr. Don King, and that kind of took it from there. So.
One thing led to another, and here we are. You're hosting Wildcast. So
yeah, it's a great place to work. I enjoy it, and I'm thankful for the job. And but yeah, so get out there and take hunter education. And like I said, tnwildlife.org, the button on the homepage, or hit the hunting and drop-down menu, get to it, and you'll see the different options, the different costs. The online option and the in-person option are free. There are some online options that do charge, but you got your options there. So.
Yeah, yep, plenty of options.
But anyway, good time of year for hunter ed. All right, Don. What do you think? Next one?
Number 3.
Visit a TWRA range.
Yeah.
We've got a lot of great ranges across the state, and after you've taken hunter ed, no better place than go to the range and practice those skills you learned, right?
That's right, exactly. Sight in your rifle for deer season, or you know, get more familiar, more accurate with your handgun. It's just it's a great place to go. You know, there are a lot on our WMAs that are no charge, but need to check the website for the schedule. They're open certain hours, and you just go out there and you know, just enjoy what we've got out there.
Yeah, you know, check the website, tnwildlife.org. We've said that multiple times, but the hunting drop down, you got shooting ranges right there, and they're all listed, and you can see, you know, what type of permit you might need if one's required. And then you'll kind of see if they're manned or not manned. You know, people are working the range, and always remember to clean up after yourself. I know that's a topic that comes up quite a bit. You know, folks that use the range, pick up your casings, your targets and things like that.
Yeah.
You know, take care of the range so when you go back, it's in good condition, and when those people come behind you, it's in good condition.
Yeah, that's right.
But yeah, it's a lot of opportunities across the state from east to west for sighting in your rifle and handguns and shotguns and things like that. So be ready for the next season. So that's the number 3 thing on our list for top 10 things to do with the kids.
All right, sounds good.
All right, number 4, Don.
What do we got?
Roll into this one. The Hunting and Fishing Academy that is put together by the Tennessee Wildlife Federation.
Yes, and this, I guess you could say this is a step beyond hunter education.
Yeah,
you know,
definitely.
This is really learning the techniques and learning about the game that you're pursuing, and it's a good program that's been put together for folks that are really interested in pursuing the sport in earnest. So. What's the best way to contact them?
Yeah, we're putting those events on our website. They got a lot of virtual events, some in-person events coming up. So go outdoorstennessee.com, hit the events tab, and you'll find those events there. But you can also find them on their website at tnwf.org, and then hit the drop-down Outdoor Recreation and Education and find Hunting and Fishing Academy. And there's some great information there about the workshops. Now, this isn't just for kids. This is good for adults, too.
Right. Families. I mean, they've kind of focused on getting the whole family involved,
exactly.
haven't they?
Yeah, it's family experiences, adult workshops, virtual classes, and you can also become a volunteer. So if you're out there and you want to start helping out with this program, you can sign up for that as well.
Okay,
but
yeah.
There's a calendar there on their website and a calendar on our website, and those match up. So, yeah, great opportunities there with the Hunting and Fishing Academy.
And thanks to those involved, I know you're heavily involved in keeping that events calendar updated.
Yeah.
And I know Michelle's really helping out with that as well, as well as her duties with the website. So Anyway,
we try to
that.
keep that site populated, and as we mentioned earlier, the fishing stuff, all that just kind of got updated. So all those events are in there. Go check them out.
Yeah, that's great.
Good stuff coming down the pike for kids this summer and families. So the next thing on my list is we got to have the drum roll, right, Don? The next thing is boating classes. Boating classes are. This is a great time. People are out boating this time of year.
Yeah.
It's been great to get this in before now, but it's always a good time to take a boating class if you're not familiar with how to operate a boat, or if you're under that age requirement that you have to have the license to operate one. This is a good time. If
you were born after January 1st, 1989, you need to have it to operate a boat in Tennessee. So, I'm a little bit older than that, so well, quite a bit older than that. So I got grandfathered in, so to speak.
Yeah.
And as have a lot of people. But what I've heard from Betsy, who heads up the education program here for TWRA, and from others, that after taking the class with their kids, because they needed it, they have learned so much about things that they thought they knew about boating but they come away going, wow, that was really worth the time spent.
You may be surprised. There's no dotted yellow lines and white lines and things to guide you out there. You're free and open, but there's some rules to the road, or to the water, I should say.
That's right, and you can do this class as well. You can get the study materials and study ahead of time, and go take the proctored test, and get your certificate. Or I suggest taking the live class. It's just really good information, and I think it's well worth the time spent, and I think it's really, in the long run, helped cut down on a lot of boating mishaps, and I know it's undoubtedly saved a lot of lives, and
definitely
last little while.
Definitely, yeah. Our website, tnwildlife.org, the boating tab, drop it down and click boating education. Takes you right to all the information you need. The date, when it's required there, 1989, January 1st, 1989, some FAQs, and then testing locations. Now, some of these, like Don said, are just the test, and you can schedule a time at like a library or something like that. But then there's also in-person classes, so you can, go take those classes with an officer or an educator. So.
Right. And we've been updating the videos on those educational materials that'll be shown to the students.
Be coming down the pike here pretty soon.
Yeah, so it'll be some good stuff there.
All right, Don, would you want to take a quick break and update folks on that information you said we might be sharing later in the show?
Yeah, we've got some good news about, getting Wildcast out to an even bigger audience, and thanks to our TV partners. One of the first ones to sign on with Wildcast was WCTV right there in Lebanon, Wilson County TV.
Yep.
And Teresa Bush, she got on board with us right from the get-go, really. And since then, we've added WC-TV, which is Williamson County Community TV.
Yep.
The town of Smyrna has a channel. We are on that channel right now. BLTV, that's Ben Lomond TV, and that serves McMinnville, Sparta, Spencer, Crossville, Tracy City, and Manchester. We're on that channel. DTC3 in Alexandria. That's a big outlet, too, serving a lot of the communities in that area. MTSU True Blue TV, your alma mater there.
Go Blue Raiders.
Yep, my daughter's alma mater as well.
Yeah.
And we are on there. And Knoxville Community TV, we've just added that one in the last week or so. And they're on board with Wildcast, and as well as Franklin TV in Franklin, Tennessee.
Awesome. Yeah, that's an awesome update there, Don. It's good to hear those names being rattled off and seeing the show on more TV stations.
And it's only going to get bigger.
Yeah, I know Todd's put a lot of work into making these shows look good. He doesn't only make us sound good, he makes us look good too. So
yeah, kind of what started as a radio show with cameras in the room has blossomed into a whole lot more pleasing visuals. As you mentioned, thanks to Todd's efforts there, he's done an awesome job with that.
Yeah, I think it's great. It's great. All right, well, let's get back to the list.
You know what? Some people start with number 10 and work their way to number 1. We start right from the top, number 1. So
if you're just joining us, fishing number 1, take a hunter education class number 2. Number 3, visit a TWRA range and practice those skills you learned at Hunter Ed. Number 4, join the Hunting and Fishing Academy with our friends at the Federation. And take a boating class is the next one on that list. So those have been the top 5 so far. We're going to move on down to number 6.
Okay, here we go.
So, number 6, outdoor activities with the 4-H and your local YMCA.
Yeah.
So, there's always some great outdoor activities with those groups. It may not be always hunting and fishing. It could be, swimming and boating, and it could be anything.
Sailboating.
Yeah. There's a lot of activities with these groups, and I know the 4-H groups are going to be doing some stuff with us with Wild Child out in Region 4 in July, so watch for that day coming through.
Yes.
But go to 4h.tennessee.edu and find the events calendar there, and you can find what's happening in all the different counties. There's all kinds of stuff happening across.
A lot of day camp opportunities there.
Yeah.
And,
4-H camp is fun. I don't have the deadlines in front of me, but that's always a fun camp for kids too.
And the local YMCAs too. That's a great idea, because Camp Widgiewagon, of course, is right here in the Nashville area, and I see that bus that goes around and picks up the kids and hauls them out there for their day camps when I'm coming to work in the morning.
Yeah.
So it's a good thing. So check with your local YMCA as well.
Perfect.
I remember taking I think I took swimming classes at the YMCA when I was.
When you were little?
Learning how to swim, yeah.
Cool. Awesome. All right. Well, number 7. It's always a good time to learn about bears and be bear wise, right, Don?
Bearwise.org.
This is kind of a virtual learning opportunity here. And if you live in bear country, it may be quite the opposite. You may be practicing some of these things you could learn, but bearwise.org has a lot of information about how to live and recreate in bear country and around bears. So this is a good chance to just get more familiar with black bears in Tennessee.
Yeah, as the population increases and they tend to, expand their range, and it's expanding from east to west across Tennessee right now.
Yeah.
And so it's good to be educated about it, but you don't want to leave pet food out on the back porch. It seemed like a good idea maybe before, but if it attracts bears, it's not a good thing. And in some cases, even bird feeders are not a good thing to have around if you're in bear country.
Yeah. With the rate that they're moving and your habits need to change, or will have to change as they move west. So yeah, this is a great site to learn more. Talks about bird feeders and planting and just picking up your garbage and all kinds of tips and things that will help you be more bear wise. That's bearwise.org, and we are grateful for our partners with that program. And I know Janelle and Dan would be happy to hear that we're sharing this information, and they want folks to know these tips and be bear wise as well.
Yes, and the worst thing that can happen is that a nuisance bear gets they can only be relocated so many times, and then when there's no other end to it, it ends up that garbage bears end up dying because of that. So not a good thing.
Sure enough. Yep. So that's a fun lesson for kids and for families as well, just to learn about bears in Tennessee.
Yeah.
All right, number 8 on the list. Here we go. If you like to be outside, this is for you. Bird sounds. Learn about bird sounds. tnwildlife.org has a large list of birds in Tennessee. You can get there by going to the website, clicking wildlife, birds drops down right under that. And you can hear sounds to help you identify these birds. So it's fun to get outside, maybe first learn the sounds, then get out and locate them, or get out, locate them, and then I can go back and listen and try to find out what bird that was.
Yeah, what was that? Yeah. I hear a lot of those in the morning when I'm walking my dogs. The outdoors just kind of comes alive, and you hear a lot of good bird sounds, and a lot of mockingbirds in my neighborhood.
Mm-hmm. And you can go hear those sounds and identify those. So it's great. Our website's just covered up with all kinds of resources there when it comes to wildlife. And
you know what? We've had a guest on recently too. Ranger Keith.
Yeah.
And he is so interesting, and I know he's out there. Gosh, just seems like about every day he's got a post about what he heard that morning, when he goes out and just kind of enjoys himself in the woods and shares that with the folks online too.
Yeah, he's great. He on his Instagram account, you can find him at This Is Keith Peluso, and he's got his videos out there where he's just listening in the woods for bird sounds, and he shares with you how he identifies them. Those little sounds that sticks with him, and he can rattle off those names. It's pretty neat.
I guess we related to him because he's a musician too, and got some experience on was The Voice that he was on.
I believe so.
Okay,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And it's fun to go back and listen to that Wildcast where Keith was on and talking about his first experience flying into California and so what do you do for a living? Well, I'm a park ranger. And it's a funny story. You need to go listen to it.
Go listen to that show, and he's going to come back. We're going to have him back on another show sometime soon. So.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
All right. Well, we're going to run out of time, Don, so we're going to go to the next one.
All right.
The Tennessee Wildlife Magazine is a great subscription.
$10 a year, you can't beat it.
Yeah, so it's always fun to have that arrive in your mailbox.
Yeah,
and it's great for kids to learn about wildlife and what the agency's doing and what we're working on, especially kids who want to become a wildlife officer or biologist.
Right,
it's a good thing for them. But a part of that magazine is a calendar issue, and we look forward to getting pictures in for that calendar issue. So this summer, go take pictures. That's another part of this one. Go take pictures and submit those for the calendar this next year, and you'll see information on when that comes out, when the submission guidelines are, but you can go to our website, tnwildlife.org, and drop down on Stay Connected, Tennessee Wildlife Magazine, and find some information there. Make sure it's high-quality photos.
Yes.
Because if they're not, they'll get kicked out. Cell phone shots don't always work, so make sure it's a better camera, good high-quality shots. But it can be fun for the kids and for mom and dad.
Yeah, and, just taking outdoor photos is a lot of times I can't help it. I'm out, like I said, walking the dogs in the morning. I'll walk across the creek in my neighborhood, and it changes every day.
Mm-hmm.
The outdoors is just so different every day, and I'll see something, and I'll just pull out my phone and take a picture of it, and sometimes I kind of forget about it, and then I'll go back and review. Oh yeah, that was a special morning. You know.
Yeah. So that's always fun, and if you don't have a nice big camera, use your cell phone. Save those shots for yourself. Enjoy being outside. Enjoy capturing the moments.
And
outdoors.
Summertime's a good time to learn about photography too.
Definitely.
But the best way to learn is just by doing. I think.
Yeah. All right. So the last one on our list, number 10.
Oh man.
Number 10 is Streamside Bingo and Backyard Bingo.
Tell me about that, Jason.
This was something that we pulled together back during the COVID period, and we've kind of kept this up on our site, which is pretty cool. You can go. It's just for kids to get out and have fun outside. So the Backyard Bingo has more things like associated with the backyard. Streamside, quite the opposite. You're on the stream or near water. And you get to if you can hold a crayfish, you mark it off. If you pick up litter, you mark it off. If you go fishing, mark it off.
And you can print that off from our website, right?
You can. Under the Virtual Learning Center, print that off and see if you can get a bingo or see if you can fill the card. You just make the game up, but we give you the card to kind of get you going.
Start the conversation.
Yeah, just start some adventures outdoors with those cards. They're fun.
Hey, we've covered 10 things, but there's about 1 million things you could do outdoors with the kids this summer. So make the most of it.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good list. Not too bad for Tennessee summertime. So,
I'm liking it.
Get outside. That's the main thing. Get out there and enjoy what Tennessee has to offer. We appreciate y'all tuning in and joining us for this show. Remember, GoOutdoorsTennessee.com for that license, for any TWRA swag or events, and tnwildlife.org for everything else wildlife, for those regulations, for the information we shared today. That's where you find it.
All right.
Don King, I appreciate you.
You betcha. Thank you, Jason.
This is Tennessee Wildcast, and we'll see you next time.
Thanks for tuning in. Stay connected with TWRA by visiting our website at tnwildlife.org and follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Hey, it's all about Tennessee wildlife. It's what we do. Tennessee Wildcast will be on the air again next week. We'll see you then.
the opportunity to talk about our upcoming kickoff, which is going to be happening this Saturday. So Bruce and the mayor gave me permission to come up at workshop and talk a little bit about what's going to be happening on Saturday, and that is Saturday, June the 3rd. Our summer reading theme this year is All Together Now. A little bit difficult to decorate for. Last year was Oceans of Possibilities. We've had Library Rock. You remember Joan Jett came and visited. So, and we've had, science, and the mad scientists came. And so tonight, what I thought we could do, since it's all together now, we have a group of special people who live at the library, who help our children learn letters and sounds. And so tonight, I would like to present the letter people. Would the letter people all rise? There they are. We have letter people all over. So all together now, oh, here comes another letter person. There we are, Miss A. There she is. Okay, so by themselves, let's say the alphabet very quickly. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. By themselves, some of them will make a word like A, I, but together they can make a lot of words. So all together, they can make so many words like kind, K-I-N-D. I see K. There we go, I-N-D. And how about care? C-A-R-E. Wonderful. What's another word that you think about that talks about our community? So we have kind, care.
Love.
Love, that's great. So we have L-O-V-E.
Right.
So together we can make all of these wonderful words, and together we can make a lot of great things happen in the community. So thank you, letter people, for joining us tonight. I'll wave to you all. And thank you to my friends who helped out with the letter people. So I think they're pretty awesome. So summer reading all together now. We're going to start on Saturday with our kickoff. Let's see, did I turn it on? Let's try it again.
Up.
Up.
There we go, yep. Click the other side.
Glenn, can you help? Other side. All right.
I'll do it for you.
Okay, Glenn, next slide.
There you go.
So this is Saturday. All together now, it's our 2023 Summer Reading Program kickoff event at LaVergne Public Library. It's June the 3rd. It's going to be from 10 a.m. until 1 p.m. Now, that's just the very beginning, because our summer reading goes from June 3rd all the way through July 15th. 6 full weeks of great programming. On Saturday, we're going to have mermaids, a bounce house, an inflatable slide. Go back, please. Oh. You got excited? Bounce house, inflatable slide, face painting. We're going to have hot dogs and chips while supplies last, games, and so much more. One of the highlights that everyone knows now is our mermaids. The LaVergne Public Library will have 2 beautiful mermaids from Got Mermaid at our 2023 Summer Reading Kickoff. So children and parents can come out and have their picture made with the mermaids, which is always so much fun. All right, next slide. This is like the first week of our summer reading. We're really excited that we're going to have a firefighter story time. You get to meet local firefighters and see their truck and their equipment. We really appreciate working with the LaVergne fire department, fire rescue department. And we're going to have 2. It's going to be June 5th, and then at the end, July 15th, and those are at 10 a.m. We'll start in the Storytime room, and we'll end up in the parking lot. Next slide. Sidewalk Chalk Family Fun. Each Monday afternoon at 1 p.m., we're going to try to do some family activities. This will be a lot of fun. We have lots of sidewalks around there. We'll be putting up tents to help cover and give a little shade because at 1 p.m. it's pretty hot. And we'll have water and snacks, so it'll be a great time. Next slide. Kids Crafternoon. This is a continuation of what we do throughout the year. Usually we do it once a month. Miss Becky is going to be doing it once a week. So every Tuesday at 5 p.m., we're going to have Kids Crafternoon. Our first one will be build a mosaic earth, decorate a flower pot, and plant your own seedling. Something we can do all together. A new program this year. We have, Danny has joined us at the library, and Danny Anderson, not the Danny. He would like to.
He was looking around.
Danny has had success with Dungeons and Dragons, a game that uses dice. So we're going to be starting that. He's going to have 2 different groups. One will be teens, which is ages 13 to 17, and the other one will be tweens, which will be younger than 13. And that's going to be, the teens will be the first and third Tuesdays, and the tweens will be the second and fourth Tuesdays. Did I say Thursday? Tuesdays. Okay, next slide. Of course, Bruce Amato. Good old Bruce is going to be back with us. He is our first entertainment of the summer reading. Magical entertainer Bruce Amato at the LaVergne Public Library, June the 7th at 10 a.m. Most of our entertainers are going to be coming on Wednesdays at 10 a.m. Next slide. We're going to continue with 2 story times throughout the summer, both of them on Thursday. The first one is Books and Babies All Together Now, and that will be birth to 24 months. Miss Sherry does a magnificent job with this group. It's a lap sit program with rhymes and singing and puppets and lots and lots of fun. So that's a great program. It will be every Thursday morning at 10 a.m. The next slide. Same thing on Thursday, except at night. This will be at 6 o'clock. It's a family story time all together now. Danny has taken over our nighttime program. It's a high energy nighttime program. You know, it used to be jammies and stories with Miss Janice, and now it's like rock and roll and roar with Mr. Danny, but the families love it. It's a good time for all ages to come out. Next slide. Okay, so that's just a glimpse at our first week. If you will notice, I've put on the table for you our handout, and I'll leave some up front. We have 3 full pages of activities for ages 0 all the way up to 99. So we would like for you to join us on Saturday at 10 a.m. until 1 p.m. Come dressed for the heat. We'll be doing some activities outside and some inside. And our picnic with the hot dogs will be inside. We will do that in the meeting room. We will have tables set up for the parents, and then we'll have quilts on the floor for the children and a movie going. So it will be a fun time. And I forgot to say, Miss Lorna would like for all the children to decorate their own cookie for the dessert. So lots of fun stuff. Any questions?
Sounds like an awful lot of fun over there.
It should be. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Donna. Then we'll have departmental reports. Moving on to old business, first reading ordinance 2023-10, an ordinance to amend the City of LaVergne zoning ordinance by changing the official zoning map for tax map 14, parcel 23.2, consisting of approximately 5 acres located at 252 Hollandale Road, from an R1 low-density residential zoning district to an R2 medium-density residential zoning district. This received an unfavorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on March 28th, 2023. A public hearing will be held Tuesday evening for this. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to second reading, ordinance 2023-11. An ordinance of the City of LaVergne, Tennessee, adopting the annual budget and tax rate for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2024. A public hearing will be held on Tuesday, June 6th for this item. Does anyone have any questions? Second reading, ordinance 2023-12. An ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 general fund budget. And this is just the general fund. It's additional cost for 3 items, about $45,000. Does anyone have any questions? Second reading, ordinance 2023-13, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 stormwater fund budget. And this is for the architectural and engineering design services for the new Public Works and Community Development Services facility. This is $220,000. Does anyone have any questions? Next, we have the consent agenda. We've got first, approve or reject city bids and purchases. The first one is to ratify an emergency purchase of replacement pumps and an external bypass pump for the interstate sewer pump station. This is a unique one. Total cost of it for the emergency purchase was $26,059.11. This was the interstate sewer pump, and basically we had issues with both pumps, and so we had to order in some emergency parts. Does anyone have any questions? Next, we have approved the renewal of the property and crime liability and workers' compensation insurance package for the fiscal year 2023-2024 with Public Entity Partners. And this is our annual renewal with them. And we just got all of the rates in today. Is that not right, Bruce?
Yes, sir, this afternoon.
So you should see all of that right in front of you. Does anyone have any questions? Next, we have approved change order number 3 of the Industrial Boulevard Sewer Project. This is change order is $6,550, and this is in regards to the project Isengard is working on over by BJ's Wholesale. Does anyone have any questions? D, approve supplement number 2 to the railroad agreement with TDOT for the Stones River Road railroad crossing improvements. And this is basically just amending that. The materials costs, it's the increase for that. So the original contract amount was $112,592. So our portion didn't change the contract, but the state's did increase. Does anyone have any questions? Next, we have ratified the approval of a grant contract with the State of Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation for 3 non-collaborative drinking water projects for the Water Infrastructure Investment Plan using the State of Tennessee American Rescue Plan fiscal recovery funds. And so this is just ratifying this grant contract. Does anyone have any questions? Total grant amount is $3,494,124.73. The city's portion of that is just over $1 million. Any questions? Next, we have approved change order number 1, Johnson & Bailey Architects. This is for the new fire station 41, this is the type of change order we love to see.
No doubt.
Because it is a reduction of $107,416.28. Does anyone have any questions? Ronnie, if you can keep bringing us those, we'd appreciate it.
We'll work on it.
Next up, we have the approved annual contract with TDOT for the maintenance of Murfreesboro Road. Again, this is our annual contract with them. The city will receive from this, the maximum we can receive is $29,564.46. And this is typically mowing, trash pickup, that sort of thing along Murfreesboro Road. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on, new business, first reading ordinance. An ordinance to amend the City of LaVergne zoning ordinance by changing the official zoning map for tax map 17E, Group B, parcel 22, consisting of approximately 1.16 acres located at 392 Old Nashville Highway from an R1 low-density residential zoning district to a C3 neighborhood service business district. This received an unfavorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on April 25th, 2023. And again, this will have a public hearing Tuesday night. Does anyone have any questions about this? Okay, moving on to first reading ordinance 2023-15, an ordinance to amend the LaVergne Municipal Code regarding the order of business and public comment periods at meetings. This is to, basically the state of Tennessee passed a new law about public comment periods before meetings, and that's not just looking at city council meetings, that's looking at like stormwater, at planning commission meetings, and so this is essentially updating our municipal code to reflect that change. Does anyone have questions?
It's got nothing to do with the 3 minutes and all of that.
No, this isn't changing the 3-minute rules. It's just
Correct. There are still the same restrictions we have in place now for the Citizens Forum. This just puts it inside the meeting instead of a separate session for the Citizens Forum. It puts a public comment period in the actual meeting.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Next item, Resolution 2023-13, a resolution of the City of LaVergne to appropriate funds to nonprofit organizations for the fiscal year 2023-2024 fiscal year. This is tied to the budget, and this is just the appropriations for the nonprofits as listed in the budget. Does anyone have any questions? Next, we've got Resolution 2023-14, a resolution to amend the employee handbook. I'm going to ask our HR director, Mr. Andrew Patton, to come up and go through that with the board since we all just received these.
Good evening, board. I want to have my objection noted that I'm following Miss Donna at the library in her presentation. Nobody should have to follow Miss Donna with her letter people. I think the new handbook should be narrated and artwork done by your team as well. So,
if you'd like to use puppets, there's some right behind you.
I'm told there's lots of puppets around. They may come out, who knows? I want to remind my colleagues that this is a public meeting and to keep the letters appropriate. So we did a major handbook revision last year. Throughout that time, as we've needed to make some edits, we have done that. Our last edit to the handbook was last November. So what is in front of you tonight is our changes to the November approved edit. There are 24 changes that we're recommending. I'm happy to walk through each of those if you'd like, or answer specific questions about ones that you might have in front of you. I do know that you all received it at the time of the meeting. Would you like me to walk individually through them?
Please.
Okay. The first is just a title change. We're changing my title in the handbook from Human Resource Director to Director of Human Resources. That's just throughout the book. As it relates to employees, There's a section 3.2C is the referral bonus. Now, we started that last year. You all approved that. A number of our employees have taken advantage of that. This is where if they refer somebody for a job, they get hired and they stay through the period. That employee who referred them gets a $100 bonus. We are clarifying this to state that only one referral bonus will be paid. We've had numerous occasions where an applicant has listed multiple employees. So we needed to, which is fantastic that everybody's talking about that role, but we needed to clarify that it just is one referral bonus per job. And so when there's multiple people listed, we'll reach out to the candidate and ask them who was the first employee that referred you to the job. And then we'll assign the referral bonus to that person. Number 3 is section 3.4C. This is on personal relationships. This change is to remove the obligation of the employer to disclose of that relationship. It previously was that they could share that with their supervisor, manager, city administrator, or the HR department. It's now going to be only the HR department in writing so that we have that. Also, there is a line that has been added to the end of that paragraph that says, failure to do so could result in disciplinary action up and including to termination of employment.
Is that for new hires or existing?
All employees.
All employees.
All employees. Number 4 is section 4.7. It's a change to the probation period. I've had lots of discussions with the police chief and the fire chief about a discrepancy in our handbook. All of our city employees have a 90-day probation period. At day 91, they are eligible to participate in our retirement plan, and also they're eligible to use their vacation time and PTO and some things that are accrued but held until those 90 days. The problem with that is in the public safety divisions, their academies, their recruit training is much longer than 90 days. And so often a new police officer or a new firefighter would reach the day 91 for the city and still have many weeks to go in their training. So you'll see it there under number 4. It outlines that police and fire will have a 12-month probationary period. The city incentives will still be in place. So that employee will still be able to participate in retirement on day 91. They'll still be able to use their vacation and their PTO, except their probationary period for initial employment in police and fire will be a 12-month period. Number 5 is section 5.2. This is in regards to resignations, and the one change that we're proposing there is that we're going to remove the word sick, meaning that once you resign from your role, currently under the handbook, you're not permitted to use any time off during the time that you have left. What I think is most fair to employees is they can't necessarily always control if they get sick, and we don't want them to be at work when they're sick. So removing that allows them to use sick time for appropriate reasons during that resignation period. Number 6 is section 5.4 on retirement. This section spoke about the length of time that HR would need to process a retirement, and we're removing the 90 days and making it 60 days. Number 7 is a request for pay reclassification. This is a small change. We're eliminating in that particular paragraph the wordings related to he and she and saying they, and his and her is simply there. It's just a small change for that particular section. Number 8 is section 7.5. This is on pay rates for changes in status. So this is a practice that the city has been doing long before I got here, in my time here, which is when an employee promotes to an internal job that's at a higher grade, we have been giving them a minimum 6% increase in their pay. We just never had that documented. So we're adding that language to section 7.5 now so that it's formalized, so everybody receives that minimum. Number 9 is section 8.1. This is on the employee evaluation system. There's a change to that paragraph that simply we're adding the words and assistant city administrator will perform an annual performance evaluation. Why that distinction? The previous paragraph stated that the city administrator did all of the evaluations for department heads. The reality is city administrator has department heads that report to him, and the assistant city administrator has department heads that report to him. So we wanted that clarification just so that when there was responsibility to be had, it was appropriately stated in the handbook. Number 10 is section 8.2. This is on hours of work. We are adding the TCA state law that mandates that any non-exempt employee who works greater than 6 hours is required to have a 30-minute lunch break or uninterrupted time off. And we needed to add that. We've had some concerns arise in our city on that, so we added the TCA so we were compliant with the state law. Section number 11 is section 8.5. This category is on workplace safety. As the Director of Human Resources, I'm also the safety manager for the city, and so we're just adding language that allows me to do those roles or my designee. So presently, Leah Presley in my office handles the safety committee and the month-to-month safety operations. Number 12 is section 8.7. This is on personal appearance. There's two changes to this section. One is that we have altered or proposing an alter to the language that would allow the uniform to consist of safety boots or safety shoes. So in some conversations, particularly in our public works department, some of those roles can be accomplished with safety shoes, like safety tennis shoes, and not necessarily safety boots. The important factor there is the hard toe area that would be protected for a fall or being run over by something. So they make those in boots and shoes now, so we simply are formalizing that in the handbook that allows them to have that alteration to their uniform plan. And then section 8.7 is also a practice that's been in place but hasn't been formalized, and that is that the city administrator has authorized each Friday or the last day of the work week to be a casual dress day. So this past year, we've had a number of questions when we've had holidays. Employees will say, there's a holiday this week, and so our last day is Thursday. Can we wear casual clothes or not? So just to eliminate all the back and forth questions, we're just, again, formalizing that under section 8.7.
Andrew, just
yes,
to
sir.
back up
Yeah.
to the safety, does the city going to buy those safety shoes for the employees?
So it's my understanding, and I'll defer to both finance and Michael Dietz, but my understanding is there is an allotment of money that's provided for safety boots. My recommendation would be is that the allotment of money would stay the same. They could either apply it to boots or shoes, or if they find something that's affordable, boots and shoes, but they'll have the same amount of money.
I'm good. I'm good.
Okay. Number 13 is section 10.2. This is on leave records. And there's a change happening, right? You all approved an HRIS system, which we're really, really looking forward to launching, and the implementation process is intense, but going very well. Part of that change is that the payroll clerk is going to be an HRIS administrator and payroll employee. And so section 10.2 simply relates to the written documentation that employees bring in related to time off. That's been turned into finance in the past. We want that turned into HR, and that will be formalized in this paragraph. And number 14 is section 10.3 on vacation leave. And this particular change relates to employees who are on administrative leave. They will no longer accrue vacation time. Let me make sure you understand the variance there. This is not paid administrative leave. This would be cases of unpaid administrative leave or short-term disability or long-term disability. In those two cases, they're receiving compensation from our insurance vendor who handles those disability payments. To accrue vacation time, you really need to be in a paid working status. And when you're on unpaid leave or on disability, you're technically not in a paid working status. Any other questions on that one? I know it could be complicated. Number 15 is 10.3B. This is changing and adding a vacation requirement that the employee needs to request a vacation day off at least 24 hours in advance. This helps us on a couple of fronts. Number one, our leaders can plan staffing better when they know someone's going to be taking vacation. Typically, but not always, employees don't take vacation in a single day, unless it's tied to a weekend. They'll take it in multiple days. But one of the things we wanted to avoid is that, as a city, we have various time banks that people can use, and they're quite generous, right? So they can use their comp time, they can use their PTO. Vacation should be a planned use. And one thing we want to help control for a staffing perspective is that instant use. Like, don't want to come into work today, so I'm just going to put in a vacation day. And so we're asking for a 24-hour notice to use vacation time. Employees can still use their comp time immediately. They can still use their PTO immediately as approved by their directors. Number 16 is section 10.3D. There's just a small tweak to this section, which is changing wording from 2 weeks to 14 calendar days, and changes the waiver of notice only to the city administrator. Again, that particular paragraph had multiple people that could approve that, and then just for consistency of application, having that be the city administrator approving those waivers. Number 17 is section 10.4. This is on sick leave, and 17 and 18 kind of go together. So in 17, we're changing and clarifying, removing language related to bereavement pay and putting it in the bereavement section, which you'll see at number 18. There we are adding language from section 10.4 related to extended family. So I want to talk about this one just for a second. I've had a number of employees this year ask about, do I get days off when my aunt or my uncle, my niece or my nephew die? Well, in our handbook, our bereavement, the primary paragraph is tied to our definition of immediate family. And in our handbook, our definition does not include aunts and uncles, nieces and nephews. However, kind of deeper in the handbook, and this is where we're making the change, there is language related to extended family, specifically aunts, uncles, current aunts and uncles, and current nieces and nephews. And this will give employees 1 day off of bereavement pay, whereas immediate family is 3 days off. So we're kind of combining some sections that were in different parts into the bereavement category. Hopefully employees, that will be easier for them. They're looking in one spot and seeing immediate and the extended definitions. Number 19 is 10.15. This is on court leave. This request came to me specifically from a number of police officers, and so we're clarifying that employees will not be requested or required to use vacation, PTO, or comp time to cover shifts during city-involved court cases. So, simple thought, right? In your job, you're being subpoenaed to go to court. If you have to flex or adjust your schedule because you're working shift work to show up to court at 8 a.m., you shouldn't be charged time to flex your schedule. We should just flex or cover that because that's a service to the city. So we're changing our court leave policy to reflect that. Number 20 is section 11.6 on payroll deductions. Again, this is a small change that we're asking employees to turn in any deduction-related information directly to HR, and we will store those in the personnel files as opposed to the payroll clerk. Number 21 is section 13.2. This is on disciplinary guidelines. There's a paragraph in our current handbook that talks about suspensions, and we're removing language from this paragraph that says suspension should be for 1 to 3 working days. The reason for that is that every case should follow the matrix of progressive feedback, and not every case is going to fall in a 1 to 3 day window. And so we wanted to remove that so we weren't locked into that. Also, we're removing language that any employee receiving a suspension is going to be placed on a 6-month work review status program. Quite honestly, we just simply don't do that. And so it's in the handbook now. When an employee receives a suspension, they serve that suspension, they come back to work, they're not placed in a performance review plan. And so we're just removing that as a practice that we just simply don't do. Number 22 and 23 are on our drug testing programs. I'll let you, it's fairly lengthy, but I'll summarize it for you. Section 15.2A is adding the word safety sensitive positions. This is specifically related to municipality drug testing in the state of Tennessee, which can only be done for safety-sensitive positions and not the general employee population base. And then 15.2C, we have rewritten numbers 4 and 5, specifically spelling out that our drug testing is done not by us, but by a third-party company who handles the random pulling of which employees are tested. They handle the process of the testing, all of the results, and the verification. We simply hire them to do that. We don't do that work ourselves. And number 24 is section 15.3 on what substances are tested and how they are tested. And the change of this section is simply a reformat, adding the subsections of what items we actually test for in our random drug tests. So I'm sure the room is thrilled with that long explanation, but there's some really important things that I think in there help our employees and some things that help our leaders as well as we lead people every day. Any questions on any of those things?
Thank you, Andrew.
You're welcome.
Number 13, motion to award the bid for the construction of the Public Works and Community Development Services facility. I'm going to ask Kyle Brown and Evan if the two of y'all can kind of take this. We've got, I know, a lot moving with it, so if y'all could kind of brief the board.
Basically, the board awarded the bid to Austin Construction Company. We have been trying to, for a while now, enter into a contract with that, or with them. They've was participating in everything, so everything was going good. It's just that there was a few things that we could not get worked out. In all, after we went through the negotiations, we could never enter into a contract that was agreeable to both parties. So since we could not get that worked out, our recommendation is to go with the next bidder, which is Barron Construction. And I will say that we have had talks with them, and they are willing to sign the contract as is. So everything seems to be fine with them on that front, unless something's changed in the last few days, but I don't think so. I believe they're ready to go.
And I just don't want that coming back to bite us. You've had any dealings with Barron Construction? They good company.
I feel like they are. I've not had any, dealings with them. We've not had a lot of building projects, here in the city. So some of these contractors that are, doing mainly buildings, we've not had a lot of dealings with. But I know that the architect that we hired to do the plans has done a lot of work with them and spoke highly of them and has not had any issues with them, and was really excited that, that they bid again and potentially could be awarded. So I don't foresee a problem, but you never know.
And all the legality stuff, Evan, is good?
Squared away.
And Evan, it is still considered a valid bid?
Yes, sir, it is.
Any other questions? Moving on to appoint or remove board and committee members. First up, we've got the Beautification and Arts Advisory Committee. We have been notified that one member, Samantha Gee Rourke, has moved out of state to Kentucky. We've tried reaching out to her. She's not responded. In order to begin advertising an opening on this committee, she must first be removed. Once removed, then we can start advertising this position. We have had one resident come in and apply for it on her own, and that information's in your packet, Laura Ward. Does anyone have any questions? Next, we've got the Greenway Advisory Committee. We've got 2 terms expiring. Both members do want to remain on the committee. That's Laura Davidson and Mary Jane Skinner. This is being advertised, but we have not received any applications so far. Next, we have the Historical Preservation Advisory Committee. We've had 1 term open where Chuck Isbell had resigned. It's been advertised, and if we don't receive any applications by Tuesday's meeting, we will remove this from the agenda. Next, we have the LaVergne Industrial Development Board. We've got one term vacant. Brent Turner has moved out of the city. We have one applicant, Graham Coates, and we have we have to start advertising that on Channel 3 and social media. Next, we have the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. We've got two terms up. We've got Felicia Anderson and Rick Autry. Rick Autry does want to remain on this board, but Felicia Anderson does not. So we've been advertising these positions and not had any other applicants. Next, we have the Stormwater Appeals and Advisory Board. We've got two terms vacant. We've been advertising this on Channel 3 and social media. If we do not have applicants by Tuesday, that will be removed from the agenda. And then just an FYI for next month, for the Economic Development Advisory Committee, we have three terms that expire at the end of June. That is Graham Coates, Nathaniel Holzman, and Daniel Pack. We will reach out to all of them to confirm if they would like to remain on this committee, and we'll also start advertising that on social media and on Channel 3. But this will not be on the agenda for Tuesday night. With that, we've got Mayor and Alderman comments. Alderman Waldron.
I want to remind everybody this warm weather is here. Make sure you check on the elderly. Make sure your pets have ample shade and fresh water.
Thank you, sir. Alderwoman Hobbs.
Yeah, I just want to say I'm very excited to see you on Saturday, Donna. Me and my family are going to come out. Just please attend the library event. They put a lot of hard work into that, and it's always, anytime with Donna is a great time. So, and we had a pretty tragic weekend out on the lake, so I just want to encourage everybody, some boat safety reminders. Please wear your life jackets, stay hydrated, and be safe out there.
Alderwoman Haas.
Just to add on to the staying hydrated, people are out mowing their yards and doing yard work and stuff, so remember, drink water while you're out doing your own personal things.
Vice Mayor, no.
I had the pleasure of taking a short tour of BJ's yesterday. Got my card, so founding member card, whatever that means. So I'm excited about that. That's going to be good for the city. So if you plan on joining, I would highly suggest you go up there before the grand opening, because I got a feeling it's going to be jam-packed.
Yes, sir.
Do we know the date of that grand opening?
That's what I was just about to get to.
Sorry.
No, you can tell it. Thank you. I'm done.
Well, first off, Ms. Donna, we will be there as well. So definitely look forward to another fun year for summer reading. And I want to thank HR for all the revisions. There's a lot of work, and I know there's a lot we've put on you since you've come in, Andrew, you and your team. So thank you and your team for all the hard work. BJ's, we will be opening up, or we have the ribbon cutting for BJ's Wholesale on Tuesday, the 13th, that afternoon. And so staff will be reaching out to the board with what time and where to be. It will be the ribbon cutting, a tour, and then on the 14th, it will be open to the general public as normal. So I believe their gas pumps opened up today. So if you need gas, you can go through them to get gas. So that's just another big success for our economic team. We all just got back from the ICSC Recon Convention, had a lot of meetings with a lot of potential business to come into the city, and things look optimistic. People weren't asking, as they have in the past, of LaVergne, where's LaVergne? What part of Tennessee is that? They know LaVergne, they know where it's at, and we're able to build from there. So the future looks bright. With that, call this meeting adjourned.